Alrighty, let's share. All right. Alrighty. Rock and roll. Got my shares out there. Today's topic is God man-made? Are gods the kinds of things that human beings like to make? I think there's good evidence of this. As always, I'm going to read some information into the record before we get started. So a couple things to consider when we're wrestling with the question, is God man-made? Is it quite typical for gods to change as humans change? I would say, yes, this is the case. So one of the strongest observations is that gods tend to evolve alongside the cultures that worship them. I just want to make sure, okay, that's all turned up, perfect. Ancient hunter-gatherers often had animistic spirits. Agricultural societies developed fertility gods. Warring empires developed warrior gods. Monarchical societies increasingly envisioned a supreme king-like deity. Modern believers often describe God using contemporary moral and psychological concepts. The apparent direction of causation is often human culture leads to the concept of God, rather than God leads to human culture. The gods frequently look suspiciously like magnified versions of the people who created them. I'm just going to put the Discord link in the YouTube chat. All right. Another thing we might want to ask, if whether religious diversity fits human creation better than divine revelation. I would say this is true. Thousands of religions have existed. The God delusion famously highlighted that geography is one of the strongest predictors of religious belief. If a person is born in Saudi Arabia, they are likely Muslim. India, likely Hindu. Utah, likely Mormon. Medieval Scandinavia, likely Norse pagan. Ancient Greece, likely a worshipper of Zeus. This pattern is exactly what we would expect if religions are cultural products transmitted socially. It is less obvious why a perfectly communicating deity would produce such profound geographical fragmentation. We also want to ask, are human minds built to detect agency? And I would say, yes, this is the case, and this is significant. Cognitive science has uncovered mechanisms that naturally generate supernatural beliefs. Researchers such as Justin Barrett have argued that humans possess a, quote, hyperactive agency detection device. Imagine hearing rustling in the bushes. Evolution favors false positives. Maybe it's a predator, over false negatives. It's nothing. It should be clear why evolution favors the false positive reaction, because even if you're wrong about it being a predator, there are times when you would be right and you would have a better chance of surviving and passing on your genetic material. As a result, humans naturally infer agents behind events. This tendency can scale into spirits, ancestors, demons, and of course, gods. The mind is already predisposed to create supernatural explanations. Then we should ask the question, do gods typically or often reflect human psychology? And I would say that yes, this is the case. Many divine attributes mirror human desires. People want justice, meaning, protection, immortality, cosmic significance. Many religions offer precisely these things. Critics argue this is exactly what we'd expect if humans were creating gods to satisfy psychological needs. Ludwig Feuerbach famously argued that God is humanity projecting its own idealized nature onto the universe. In his view, theology is anthropology. God becomes a mirror reflecting human hopes and fears.
You're man-made.
I almost certainly am.
What's up?
Not much. How's it going?
Oh, chilling.
Nice.
Figured y'all were getting into an interesting topic over here.
Yeah, we're just getting started for the night. The question today is it clear to you whether gods are man-made or not?
Yeah, I think that is extremely clear. What's more of an interesting thing for me is what does that tell us about the nature of man? That makes these kind of gods, right? That for me is an interesting one. And I tried to get a bunch of different categories that I thought, and I wrote before the 6 things that are being filled in by the gods. We have these voids or these things that we want in our life, and that these are being personified inside of the god characters. And I think those are very interesting explorations to see what characteristics do we create in gods and in heavens or whatnot.
Well, and the interesting thing about that, if we analyze it through the lens of human psychology and we ask the question, do gods or do gods often, in the gods that we seemingly create, reflect human psychology in some way? And it seems to be the case that they do. So I was just reading that Ludwig Feuerbach famously argued that God is humanity projecting its own idealized nature onto the universe. So he would refer to theology more as a good lens into anthropology, like a deep cultural lens of anthropology.
Yeah. And it's not just that. It's if you think about every religion, just the structure, not just the character involved, but the structure. I've often said the one thing that every religion has in common is that you don't really have to die. in some sense. Like they all have this. Like you either go to Valhalla or to Shangri-La or another plane, or you get reincarnated. But in some sense, you don't have to face that death thing.
Well, yeah, many thinkers throughout history give, the cure of death anxiety a big, number one or number two check mark as to one of the primary drivers to create such belief systems.
Yeah.
It's of course it serves great pragmatic. It serves pragmatically when it comes to things like war. Much easier to mobilize an army if they believe that they are righteous by God and that God has a special place waiting for them if they happen to die on the battlefield. It's hard to. Human beings, it's almost always the case that at some point in human beings' lives, they're going to be wrestling with some kind of death anxiety. And when a cure for that is offered, even if it's a pseudo cure, even if it's one that someone puts a wager on.
People rush to it.
Yeah.
It can be manipulated in a lot of ways. You think about like Popoff. Not Popoff. I'm sorry. What's his name? That did the Kool-Aid? Jim Jones.
Jim Jones. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Like this was a escape into the embrace of God and heaven to get away from the hell that we live in. He truly had to convince them that what's coming is going to be better.
Right. And Marshall Applewhite of Heaven's Gate was playing at the same game as well. But yeah, that by the way, if anyone is interested, which I say to take extreme caution with this, but if you've never heard the final recording of the Jim Jones cult, the Jonestown cult, the recording is going on while Jim Jones is ordering people to drink the poison and to force their children to drink the poison first. Absolutely awful. One of the most horrific pieces of recorded content I've ever heard in my life. It's an audio recording. I don't think a video recording exists, but it's shockingly awful and terrible.
There's nothing creepier than among the cups that you see in the photographs when the detectives and all were coming in. There are these syringes with no needles in them, and these were used to feed the babies.
Yes, exactly. And if I recall correctly, I think in some of the crime scene photos I saw, there was also children's sippy cups, and that had traces of I think it was cyanide. I can't remember exactly what was used, but I
don't remember what the poison was. But
horrible tragedy, horrible, and it's a shocking piece of humanity as well when you're listening, because there's kind of an open debate happening with Jim Jones before the decision is made. So there are some people stepping up to the microphone showing great doubt that this is the right path, and Jones is like, well, I mean, you don't have to, but the rest of us are leaving, and there's this struggle with some of the people who keep stepping up to the mic to say something that, like, they don't want to be left behind by the congregation, and yet they don't want to die. So I'm not sure how many survived that. I can't quite remember. We can get into that a bit later if we want.
I don't think there was a big group that left after the audio tape. I don't. If some left, I don't think it was the majority or a large amount of his congregation.
Right. So I started off the episode. A lot of you weren't here. We are talking about, is God man-made? Do we have good reasons to believe that God is man-made? I, of course, think that we have so many good reasons to believe that. One of them being that gods change as humans change. I went through things related to that. Another one being religious diversity fits human creation better than divine revelation. meaning that, like, if we look at things like what Mr. Dawkins outlined in the God Delusion, the predictor of geography as what your religion is almost certainly going to be, it's just like things fall in line based on, you know, where you are geographically, not how divine a revelation, you know, might be. There's also the why we would create gods from a built-in hyperactive agency detection that we have. You know, seeing spirits, ancestors, demons, and gods in things, anthropomorphization of the things we see around us, the concepts of death and how to deal with death and what can arise when we pontificate on things like that. You know, the fact that gods tend to reflect human psychology, human ways of thinking, human ways of creating in many cases. Like if you look at, you know, I just imagine like a tyrannical child in a sandbox when I think of Yahweh in the first, you know, in the original scriptures before the New Testament. You know, like, so we can look at like how it seems like the character of Yahweh, the characters of other gods are created with human psychology embedded into them, not like the other way around, which I don't even know what that would look like, because it's hard for us to imagine like a non-anthropomorphized God entity of some kind, like a God entity in and of itself. All the God entities I've ever come across make perfect sense from like, oh yeah, this we're grafting a like an idealized or fear-based, you know, psychology onto these characters when we create them that are very human-centric. Yeah, I have a few more as well, but like, what does the rest of the room think? We got Hizzle,
I think it's good.
we got Niv, we got Lord Impaler, we got Mino, Snowdrop. What do you guys think?
When you mentioned earlier, you said something about Revelation and the location.
Yeah.
Being the decider on how things would be. I wasn't really quite following.
Yeah, I can go into more detail on that. So
yeah.
So Niv, just quickly, so thousands of religions have existed, and in the God Delusion by Richard Dawkins, he famously highlighted that geography is one of the strongest predictors of religious belief. So if a person is born in Saudi Arabia, they're likely to be Muslim, India, likely Hindu, Utah, likely Mormon, medieval Scandinavia, likely Norse, pagan, ancient Greece, likely a worshiper of Zeus. This pattern is exactly what we'd expect if religions are cultural products transmitted socially. It is less obvious why a perfectly communicating deity would produce such profound geographical fragmentation. It doesn't, like, even when I try to imagine a god and I'm trying to imagine like why he would set it up this way, like I can imagine it from like a deistic perspective, like if a deist like a deistic god was just like, say they were the spark of the Big Bang, and let's say they understood generally how things were going to play out, but they didn't want any part in it and they're just going to let evolution do its thing, then the religions can be made sense by that perspective. But by a perspective of like, you know, actively being there, you know, engaging, watching over your life, being a guide, you know, through your day to day, like the more personal God situation, I think, kind of crumbles and starts falling apart when we consider the fact of like, why isn't Jesus's or God's hand holding enough from like a Christian perspective to to convert, some of the billions of Hindus that exist on the planet. It seems like what's stronger there, like I said in the title of this second section, what's stronger there is where you were born, what family you were born into, as opposed to what the revelation itself is saying. Better predictor.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I just like we create anything else conceptually, I don't like I used to think like, well, the reason why I argue against God believers is because it's the biggest game in town. I don't give God belief or the creation of God as a concept any more weight than any other kinds of creations that we like, and I mean like any like conceptual importance weight from that perspective. I do give it more important weight when it comes to like sociological issues, because obviously it's still the big game from the perspective of society and what drives a lot of culture around the planet. So it's more important than Superman in that regard. But in and of itself, as a concept, as like, how some of the ontological arguments will make it into this great grand thing that it's like, no, if you could really conceive of this, like it's so mind blowing and out of your ability to even understand the depths of it. And I'm just like, no, I've never been impressed by any God concepts from that perspective. But.
Yeah, it kind of makes that person's belief be like the center of the universe. I'm not like saying aliens exist, but I mean it's kind of like weird, like out of something so vast, the focus will be on like one small point on the entire planet of particular belief.
Yeah.
Mattering the most, despite everywhere else who have different beliefs themselves.
We can also break it. Yeah, I agree, Niv. And we can break it down this way too. So hypothesis A, and thinking about this, assuming people who adopt fallibilism as a necessary constraint on epistemology, which I think everyone should. It doesn't matter what your belief system is. So as to make sure you're not deluding yourself into thinking you are holding on to a true dogma, which our cognition doesn't even allow us to do. But so hypothesis A, humans exist. Humans create myths, stories, ideologies, and religions. Religions emerge. Hypothesis B, an eternal supernatural being exists. This being created reality. It selectively reveals itself. Multiple competing religions emerge. I think if we're measuring those two premises and conclusions against each other, I think one is much more likely, much more probable. One is actually plausible, and the other is simply possible. And something everyone always hears me preach on about when it comes to epistemology is that possibility ought not weigh into our epistemic standard. So if we're talking about what we believe and the the higher resolution version of that, of what we can know or what we do know based on our epistemic standards, I think it should be easy to see that hypothesis A is highly plausible and hypothesis B is almost certainly not the case and only possible. So, and that is, of course, if you are engaging in, fallibilistically constrained epistemic standard of empiricism. And I just think that follows. But welcome, Anka. Today we're talking about whether or not we believe gods are man-made.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest reason why I'm an atheist.
Yeah. It's pretty clear to me. Like I've been laying out some of the basic things that I tend to argue when it comes to this, but I've never heard a something that adds even a tiny little hair of plausibility that gods aren't man-made. It's still simply over in this modal possibility realm that where Star Wars exists, where all the other gods that have ever existed exist. Any kind of story that some child creates about a floating letter P that travels from universe to universe and spreads its joy. Like it just that modal realm is just like, yeah.
But we're all in agreement. The Force is still real, though, right?
Well, of course, we're not. Of
course,
we're not
okay.
animals.
Okay.
Another thing that I would add to your thesis is the demonstrable phenomena of humans like falling emotionally for fictional characters. Like they know the character is fictional, but they still have an emotional investment in them, and like they wish they were real. They wish they could meet them and stuff like that.
Well, think of and another thing is like a good example of this is as strong of an empiricist. Like I consider myself to be a pretty staunch empiricist, but when I sit down to watch a scary movie, it scares the fucking shit out of me. Why? I already know that this is fantasy. I'm watching it through this flat screen, piece of art, moving artwork, and yet, I'm deeply emotionally violated by this thing I know is a fantasy on the screen. So the line between the kinds of things that can draw us in by way of our emotionality, the line between that and someone like myself is not as difficult of a line to cross. As a lot of people would want to think about themselves. Like, I think the empiricist wants to feel like they're not vulnerable to these kinds of things, but we can, by way of certain examples, we can be irrationally, and I mean irrational to our own epistemic purposes, have the shit scared out of us, have us have things give us false hope, like that makes no real sense. Like I often think of my religion of hockey. The Vancouver Canucks, who suck. They're the worst team in the league right now. But if they started next season on a 5-game winning streak, it's going to fill me with this religious-like faith that, this could be it. And that's going to, and again, it's that modal could be, but it's going to fill me with that like religious faith, even though I know our team has, it's completely improbable for me to predict that my team could win the Stanley Cup next year or even make the playoffs. But I think we can all examine things in our lives where we fall victim to this.
Like an argument.
People joined while you were talking there. What's up, people?
What's up, peeps? Yeah, welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, we're talking about the man-madedness of God. I hope we get some of our regular theists in today. If anyone has any theists they want to invite, that would be great. Or if there are any theists in the room that want to contribute as to why they don't think God is man-made.
People can play devil's advocate as well.
Let me see if I can get one for you now.
Yeah.
Dear Father, could you please send Jesus down?
You know what? I'm going to amplify that prayer because apparently the more people that pray, that affects the signal. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do it.
Where one or more.
Three or more, two or more are gathered.
Do we
Even
each
though
pray to our personal gods, or is there like one designated?
No, we go
I'm
to
not
the
sure
head
the
Stand in
honcho.
a
deist-
star pattern and draw a circle.
I'm not sure the deities, the deistic gods, would give a rat fuck about any prayers, to be honest. So I don't know.
Even though there are other religions, that don't mean an argument can't still be made on which one matters more.
Okay, so for a good exercise here, a lot of the arguments we are going to hear from theists are with regards to why God is not man-made are things like this. Here's the first one, and people can give their responses. Why is there something rather than nothing? Right? Why is there matter, energy, laws of physics, quantum fields, mathematics, anything at all? The theistic argument is contingent things require explanations, right?
Yes,
It's weird that they automatically think that nothing is the default position, right? They think nothing is the start, and then and this is just tacitly assumed, and then you have to define why this state changed, right?
The concept of nothing is logically insane when it comes to, like, when we're talking about, the idea of like first cause or infinitism. The idea of something from nothing, or that there was a nothing at all, just logically is an insane position to even pontificate on. It just,
but when you're not
doesn't
thinking,
make any sense. Yeah, go ahead.
When you're not thinking, when you're not thinking logically like that, it ultimately just becomes one less thing from empty space. So it's, we got empty space, and it seems like an easy jump from empty space to absolutely nothing. And I think that's where the majority of those people are stuck.
Right. And then if they're talking about a truly empty space, we still have space, and space is almost certainly made of
not empty.
Yeah, made of all kinds of things. I mean, even in Lawrence Krauss's book, which has the cringe title "Universe from Nothing," when he's talking about nothing in the sense of what he's talking about is the source of everything. So it's like when he says nothing, he's talking about a bubbling, boiling pot of universal particles popping in and out of existence, and there's just a potentiality in that quote unquote nothing. By the way, I think it's better called the infinite state of potential. But anyways, I've argued that to him, and he's like, that wouldn't sell books. I was like, okay. I was like, you're probably right.
Low energy vacuum state.
At least he's honest about that.
Yeah. No, Lawrence is brilliant, but if he doesn't like you, he can be a real asshole. And if he heard me say that, he would agree. I'm pretty sure. But
Can't say I'm surprised listening to his engagements with William Lane Craig.
Yeah, he's Lawrence is a very feisty guy. Him and one time, I'll just say this. One time I was at dinner with him and Sam Harris together, and they started kind of posturing on one another about, like, Sam Harris mentioned about his BJJ training, and then Lawrence piped up and said, well, I wrestled in college, and like no one could beat me, and it kind of became this thing between them where we're like they got into this debate at dinner, and it wasn't like the calmest debate about like what was a more superior, what's more difficult to deal with, a really advanced BJJ person and or a really advanced wrestler, and this is my understanding is that this is a legitimate argument in martial arts, because there's so many things about wrestling that is hard to overcome, especially for a BJJ artist, but.
Grapplers can be very difficult to deal with, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And anyways, but they were back and forth, and I like piped in. And I was like, okay, fine. I guess the only thing left to do is I have to book an arena and it will be Sam Harris versus Lawrence Krauss.
Brilliant, yeah.
First to tap out or get knocked out loses.
Yeah.
Well, the answer to
Maybe
that
they were
question
practicing
was
for
easy.
their Joe Rogan interview.
How tall is Sam? How tall is Lawrence Krauss?
No, they're both pretty short, but Sam is taller.
Yeah,
than, Sam is taller than Lawrence.
The reason I ask is because he said that no one could beat me.
Yeah, so it must have been in his weight class.
I'm assuming he was held back a few grades at some point.
Well, with wrestling and with judo and things like that, the smaller guys do have the advantage as long as they're strong enough. Yeah, as long as they have the strength.
I don't know, man. I've seen Brock Lesnar on the ground, and I got to tell you, that's a big old boy, but he's hard to handle on the ground.
Oh,
yeah.
There are exceptions to the rule, but I think what Hizzle is saying is true.
I did judo for a number of years, and I'm a really tall, really big guy, and I mean, it's the leverage. I mean, if you're on the ground, I could lift most of those people up with one hand, or one arm, but the leverage of throwing me onto the ground, the throws are more.
Eventually, the size will overcome skill, size and strength. Mm-hmm. So it's like you can only do so much. If you're Hoist Gracie versus someone like Hathor, right? Someone like Hathor who knows how to fight decently. Like I saw Hathor's boxing match against. I rented it. It was against what's the other heavyweight? Strongman.
The Beast?
The Beast. What's that guy's name?
What's his name? I can't think of his name. He's an American guy.
Yeah. Anyways, they had
Eddie Hall?
Yeah, Eddie Hall.
Eddie Hall, yeah.
Yeah, they had a boxing match and
I thought he was British.
And it was pretty pathetic. Like Hathor did much better than Eddie Hall. Eddie Hall was gassed after 10 seconds. And he was trying to land these terrible haymakers that were pillows from a distance, but I'm just like it.
Oh, he is British. I'm sorry.
Yeah, who's British? Yeah, Eddie Hall is, right?
Eddie Hall's British originally, but he's been in the States for so long. But originally he's British.
Anyways, a little anecdote from my adventures in intellectualism. Sam Harris versus
arm wrestling
Lawrence Krauss
is the most difficult sport out of all of those.
I have a really, really spicy story that I call the most difficult work day of my life, and it has to do with when there was a BuzzFeed article that was dropped about Lawrence Krauss, and some allegations against him, and they strategically, it seemed, dropped that article just a day before our Celebration of Science and Reason event in Phoenix. And it was to be Sam Harris, Lawrence Krauss, and Matt Dillahunty on stage together. But if you look up Sam Harris and Matt Dillahunty in Phoenix on our channel, they open that discussion talking about why Lawrence Krauss isn't there. But what is said on stage is mostly untrue to what actually happened by the mouth of Sam Harris.
This is messy ground.
Yeah.
So to catch up then.
Yeah.
Krauss had been accused of propositioning a young lady. I don't even think she was underage or anything.
No,
like
she
that.
wasn't she wasn't underage. Yeah. The whole thing in the end, I mean, to me, after assessing it all, and this is just a quick aside, then we'll get back to the topic. But after assessing it all, in the end, what was provided, I think Lawrence was treated quite unfairly by the educational institutions and that he had, dedicated a lot of his life to, and a few other things. So, yeah, he kind of was forced in a way to retire, and then he just focused on writing books and producing events and things like that. But yeah, there was something very snake-like about what happened there, and I'll probably
write something official about it one day. But it was the hardest work day of my life, because I had to, at the end of the day, tell Lawrence he couldn't come on stage. But what other people wanted me to say was that it was my decision, but I wanted Lawrence to be on stage, and he knew that. Yeah.
I thought, to me, it smacked of someone inexperienced at propositioning ladies, just being a little clumsy.
Yeah.
And that's about it, really. And I just thought, why the fuck are they getting on him? This is just some kind of, I don't know,
But there was an army of people, Simos, like people that were kind of pseudo friends with him, that were just waiting to throw him under the bus. So as soon as the BuzzFeed article dropped, everyone went after him. And not once did I leave Lawrence's side, but it still hurts me to this day that I bent to the will of some other people who had power over me at that time, to not allow him to take the stage in his hometown of Phoenix. That still bothers me to this day. But yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
he had that.
Go ahead, sorry, Annika.
No, sorry. I just wanted to add, because I stepped out for a second. I don't know if Travis mentioned, because Lauren Krauss started this project called Origins. And I thought that it was awesome.
It's still going.
I was a huge. It still does?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they have the Origins
He's
podcast.
Still head of it?
Yeah, he's still the head of it. Yep.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. That didn't fall apart, luckily, because I do think they do great things. Yeah.
It was almost like completely gone from the algorithm in that case, because I was watching it and I was sharing it, and then I started to see less and less of it.
Yeah. Yeah, there was, Lawrence's popularity took a big dive because of, how people treated him publicly after these allegations. And also, like, Lawrence was somewhat close with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, when I say close, I mean like in like a professional sense, of where Jeffrey Epstein would give money to Lawrence Krauss's endeavors, like to the Origins Project, to his foundation. To I think it's publicly known that there was like $250,000 donated from Epstein to Lawrence Krauss, and that was another thing where people said, because Lawrence knew Jeffrey Epstein, and because Lawrence, even in some initial statements he made when Jeffrey Epstein was first being found out as a pederast, Lawrence didn't believe it. He hadn't seen the evidence come out yet. There were kind of allegations at that point, and Lawrence made a couple public statements where he said, someone asked him, "Well, are you ashamed of your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?" And he was like, "No, I'm uplifted by my relationship with Jeffrey Epstein." So that, to this day, that statement, obviously taken in the context of today, it seems like someone who's a very low resolution take would be to say, "Oh yeah, Lawrence knew what was going on, and he said he was uplifted by it."
It's not a good optic.
Can I jump in a minute?
Sure.
Can I jump in? There are in the Epstein files, though, there are messages between Lawrence Krauss and Epstein, where Lawrence Krauss is asking Epstein for legal advice on how to defeat sexual misconduct charges.
Not charges, allegations.
Well,
we need to speak very carefully here about anything we bring up. That's
legal advice. Yeah, he's seeking legal advice from Epstein.
Yeah, and it was because of what Epstein had been going through with regards to the allegations. At the time, Lawrence had sent that message to Jeffrey Epstein. So
I also think there was a little bit to do with the fact that it came relatively quickly after Dawkins.
Right.
proposition skeptic as well, which just, you know,
Right.
I say proposition. I don't think he ever propositioned. I mean,
Right.
as far as I understand, they just shared a lift on the way back to thing, and he said, "You want to come in for coffee?"
Right. Right.
And that was it.
But
So-
sometimes coffee is coffee, and sometimes
exactly,
coffee.
and you would imagine with Dawkins, the age difference between those two, you would imagine it's going to be that.
Well, I remember
Right, so-
I remember touring around with Richard. Yeah, I don't know if he's still dating this. She's
really?
of course of legal age, but she was. I think she was younger than me.
Okay,
the-
all right. Well,
the
fair
lady he
enough.
was
I take
dating.
that bit back then.
Yeah. So I don't.
take
So
that bit
I don't.
back.
I don't know who that was, but who knows? But anyways, we're way off topic. How did we get? How
Well,
did we get
it's
here
interesting.
again?
It's interesting
It
to
is.
find
About
out.
the universe from nothing.
Oh yeah. Why is there something rather than nothing? So a lot of
don't.
do we have any religious people in the room yet? Maybe not. But yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
just being a conduit.
Yeah.
No, I think you'll find that I was hovering over water. Is the answer I get.
Gotcha.
Hovering over the waters of the deep. So it never came from nothing. Ex nihilo's a lie in the Christian worldview.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pascal, no, sorry, not Pascal Wager. What was it? The argument where first
Watchmaker.
premise,
Alarm.
everything has a cause. Kalam, thank
Yeah.
you.
The Kalam.
Alright.
Yeah.
So in the my problem with Kalam is the first premise where it says everything that exists has a cause.
Correct.
My issue
Yeah.
with it is that I feel like it's missing an important part, which is everything has at least one reason. Because one reason is fine, but it kind of limits it to thinking that there can only be one reason for something, one cause for something to exist. And when you allow that idea that there's only one cause per anything that exists, then without including the at least one cause, then it leads people to concluding in the end that there is a God or like whatever theism of a single mind or a single cause. But
Yeah.
I have a big problem with even allowing the first premise because of the,
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Exactly. So the first.
Hazel's right here. Let's just make the quick correction here. Hazel's right. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. Is the first premise.
Yeah. So
not
the first
Right.
premise,
everything that exists.
the first premise exactly is whatever begins to exist has a cause. So, now,
Not that it changes the invalidity of the first premise, but
yeah. So yeah, whatever begins to exist has a cause. So, and then following that, it says the universe began to exist. So that is the problem, because the universe often, as the Kalam argument is presented, the universe is to mean everything. So it's saying it's not leaving space for the infinite state of potential, the pre-Big Bang, burning, boiling pot of potentiality that is seemingly infinite. Like when just analyzed logically, there seemingly needs to be an uncaused causer to deal with the problem of something from nothing, right? So the universe began to exist. I think premise 2 is where the problem takes shape. But
I can't even allow premise 1 because of what I was saying, where they say that everything that begins to exist has a cause. I think it's important to say that everything has at least one cause, because some things exist that are product of more than one cause, and excluding that part already builds a foundation for a single deity, where if it said at least, okay, so the conclusion is at least one God exists, that would kind of compromise the argument. But because from the first premise there is a sneaking of a single number, of a cause that I think that there's a problem with the first premise.
But
I think-
a cause can also mean multiple causes. No?
Well,
Yeah, what would that change if it were just at least one cause or a cause? What would that actually change?
It would change the conclusion to use to any given person saying there would have to be at least one God. And they wouldn't do that.
So I'm not quite following. So first of all, we're talking about whatever begins to exist. So that would exclude something that never had to begin to exist because it always existed, right? So that would anyone who believes in that it's the best logical answer, like I do, that there is at least almost certainly some fundamental layer, like I call the infinite state of potential, where, you know, things can pop in and out of existence from that thing, but that is that eternal layer to deal with the first cause, you know, logical issue. So that would escape the begins part. And then you're focusing on has a cause, but I don't think that excludes
Singular
things.
aspect of a cause is what I contend with. But that doesn't mean that I don't contend with the second part that you you described.
Totally.
I agree with you. But I also can't, like, in this argument, I actually stop at the first cause, because I think that, I mean, of course you can say that it could have been a corporation of gods, and that corporation is a singular entity. So even though it's a lot of gods, they all came in unison. So you could kind of say, oh, there's one cause. I understand that, because I think that that's what Perry is kind of implying, is that conglomerate of causes.
Well, it
Right.
doesn't say a singular cause.
It's not exactly. It's not incompatible because it's not saying one cause. It just says a cause. You can still have a corporeal of gods in the pantheon working on this carbon atom, but the proposition that it has a cause is still true, even if there's several causes that are acting on it simultaneously.
Well,
But I think saying at least one cause plays a
But it's the same
huge
thing.
role.
That change does, in my opinion, maybe I'm just not convinced of it yet, but I don't see the difference.
The difference is that there exist some things that have numerous causes, and if we agree that there has to be at least one cause, but there could be more, that destroys the conclusion. That not destroys the conclusion, but it prevents the conclusion from arriving at monotheism.
I don't
Maybe.
think that you have that the way it's stated though, that it has to be just a single cause. Like, I don't think it says it has to be a single cause.
I don't think it matters, because the word cause is a temporal term. So
Yeah.
to say something that has no temporality has a cause is incoherent. So it's just a badly word used to say that the
I think the
universe
temporality aspect
has
is in
to
the
say-
beginning, in the word beginning, not in the cause. Something begins
Right.
to exist. The beginning part is the temporality.
But see, here's
Right,
what the,
so things after that beginning can have a cause, but not before. There's no such thing as before
Mhm.
temporality. And cause is a temporal word, so therefore the universe can't have a cause in the sense of the way we normally say cause. Only things in the universe can have causes, because that's when time exists. Things before time existed can't have a cause by our natural language.
it smuggles into the begins to exist into the need for a cause for a god.
No, not really. It just creates a condition to where you grant that there could be more than one cause to something.
I mean,
Yeah, but the Kalam doesn't say otherwise. That's completely compatible with how the Kalam is presented, saying a cause. You can still have a plurality of causes, but it's still a cause. There's still at least one cause, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Saying
That's
a
where
cause
I
doesn't.
kinda-
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's kind of where I start probing the whole argument. Is if somebody says everything that begins to exist has a cause, I say everything that begins to exist, has at least, like I say, yes, it has a cause, or it can have several
you
causes,
agree?
and the person has to grant it
Yeah.
because that's true.
So you agree with the first premise, it sounded like, by what you just said.
That I agree with the first premise.
Yeah, because you just said if someone was to, or maybe you should restate what you said, because it sounded like you said you would agree to
Oh
that,
no,
but you
I
There
would.
you go.
say
You've
that.
already written it.
Well, I say that if someone says that everything has a cause, everything that begins to exist has a cause, I say yes, but there are things that have several causes. So I
Yeah.
just kind of correct them, not correct them, but add to the premise,
So you
the at
said,
least
yeah.
part.
So you said yes. Then you say yes to the premise, but you think you need to further clarify what is meant by a cause, because I think you just said yes, also, or yes, and we should
I guess
remember that.
yes, and I think that I guess the maybe it's a linguistic thing. Maybe it's because I, based on my history with understanding language, maybe I'm not perceiving it the same way that you do. But for me, a cause sounds like a singular thing. And I think that it's important because it smuggles in a number in my mind. And therefore, whoever agrees with this argument in the end has one cause conclusion. And I guess want to kind of nip it in the bud by saying that there can be one cause, but there can also be multiple causes.
Yeah,
Well,
I think.
can I just
Yeah, go ahead. Go
can
ahead,
I,
Simon.
can I just push back this way maybe a little, and just to say, if I don't think it discounts pantheism, because even if there is only one God that caused the universe, there could still be a multiple pantheism of gods.
Yeah, the ones that were like
So
looking at the
just looking
process
at it,
were like
just
drinking
watching it go.
martinis. Yeah, yeah.
So I don't see it as a particularly, just to say cause is singular. And secondly,
Yeah.
I'm not sure causes. I think they're kind of interchangeable. Literally, I think when we're talking about an effect, and it's just whatever caused that effect, and that could be many reasons. Right? So I
Yes,
kind of
Anka said
split it up
something.
that way.
Anka said
Go ahead.
something earlier. She brought up reason as well with
Yeah.
cause, and many
PSR is
theists will
normally what they say.
use the PSR exactly, which includes causes and explanations and logical syllogisms and all of that good stuff. So that's something to consider as well linguistically.
Yeah,
Is
I mean that's
well,
another
sufficient
place
reason.
it falls down, because there's no justification that the PSR is true. I mean, as far as I can see, that's just an assertion. Because it's intuition, seems obvious, and it doesn't mean it is correct. You still got to justify it if you're going to make the claim.
And then if you grant the Kalam, then I posted below what William Lane Craig does, who might be on the Pangburn stage soon. What he does after the premises and conclusions of the Kalam is accepted. He will say the cause must be timeless, since time begins with the universe. That cause must be spaceless, since space begins with the universe. The cause must be immaterial, since matter begins with the universe. The cause must be enormously powerful, since it causes all physical reality. The cause must be personal.
Yeah. I mean, there are many steps in there, isn't
Yeah.
there? But that's why I
where
think
the story, we're back to the storytelling,
Yes.
that's where, because he often uses the word popping into existence, doesn't he? and he's been pulled up on it so many times in debates that the word
Yeah.
popping is a temporal term. And I defy anybody to find a term which talks about how the universe began without using some temporal extension.
What does
I
he
mean,
mean by personal? I don't even understand this.
Mind of God.
Uh, Prav, can you ask ChatGPT to like explain the personal aspect of it? How can something be timeless and immaterial, and then also personal to who?
Well, supernatural.
It just means it has personhood.
Like a mind in a vat. Except without the vat.
But I think Ankh is bringing up the point that everything that we know about things that have personhood, even if it's a pet and you consider your pet dog Fido a person, these things have material and space and all these other things that Craig claims God doesn't have, yet he calls it personal.
Yeah, no, I think it's a special pleading fallacy when he uses that argument. But
I'm
whatever.
really curious what he means by personal. Does it mean like, because a personal God is a character, and if we have a character, then again I have a problem with the first premise, because then it says that the God is one character. So if a God is something that has like an agency,
yeah,
then we have an agent. And if the cause is identical to agent, then I think it is important to differentiate the quantity, because a cause can be a company of things.
Yeah,
an
well,
agent,
like he's arguing for Christianity, so yes, he's a
Right,
monotheist, etc. But
Yeah.
that doesn't, like, the Quran doesn't even get you to a god. Doesn't even get you to deist God. It doesn't get you to pantheist God. It just gets you nowhere near God. Right. So there are
there's a huge skip
there's an
there.
additional set of premises that he uses to take that step. And we're pointing out that the first and the second premise has problems already.
Well,
Right?
and think about that. Keep in mind that apologetics like this isn't made for us. It's made for strengthening existing Christians.
Mhm.
Their beliefs. He does go out and debate this, but as it's debate theater.
It's total theatre, because he just keeps asserting it debate after
Because-
debate, despite the fact he's been told several times. I mean, he did the same thing with Alex Malpass recently, of course.
I like right at the end.
He said at the beginning of that nobody has a problem with the first. Nobody has a problem with the first thing, with the first premise, because in order to, you'd have to. The objection to the first premise would be more complicated than the first premise.
I like the right at the end of the argument. He throws in a nice little God of the gaps. Since physical explanations haven't been able to, whatever it says, I need to read it again, but it looked like a pure God of the gaps. Read it. Since no physical mechanism exists prior to the universe, a personal agent becomes the best expert. Yeah, that's God of the gaps.
Remember,
he jumped from a cause to an agent. Like, where is the cause in that conclusion? Nowhere.
It's made even more ridiculous by one word. And Perry hears me bringing this up all the time. Since no physical mechanism exists prior to the universe yet, a personal agent becomes the best explanation. That's like Bill O'Reilly. That's Bill O'Reilly level reasoning to Richard Dawkins in the famous interview. Yeah, it's like Bill O'Reilly's like, well, I'm throwing my lot.
Secret weapon. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying that Bill O'Reilly says, oh, well, you haven't done it yet. And Richard's like, yeah, we're working on it. And then he's like, well, when you get there, I'll consider it. But right now I'm throwing my lot in. I'm throwing my lot in with God. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah, they were talking about tides, weren't they? The tides come in, the tides go out.
Yeah,
you can't
exactly.
explain that. I changed it once. I changed it once to the biological version of that, which is the nucleotides come in,
Yeah.
nucleotides go out. You can't explain that.
Yeah,
There you go.
exactly. The first self-replicating.
Yeah.
Yeah. First life.
Perry's weapon here is the word yet, and
Well, it's Travis's weapon, but I will take a claim to it for the sake of hypothetical.
To answer your
and
question
mine
about,
is
to
behind the
answer-
agents. There should be /s.
there you go.
I like it.
Yeah, but this is Bill we're talking about. He thinks there's only one God, so he doesn't give a shit. I also think that using the word prior there, he's relying on there being no time before the universe.
Exactly.
In order
Yes.
to discount the physical mechanism,
Yeah.
and yet he thinks that an agent can work with no time.
Yeah, this is I mean, it's just you wait for him to go cross-eyed when you say, well, it makes most logical sense, and I could put it to him in a very simple syllogism that they're just it's almost certainly the case that there never was no time. We can think of time locally, like in the Big Bang sense. We can think of our time with regards to our universe, but that was almost certainly born out of an eternal, infinitist scale of time. So it's
Also, just to point this out, Mikhail Koku's book, from his thing, 11 Dimensions or something it's called, he talks about there being two types of time, one orthogonal to each other. So you don't have to have an existent period before of time, or there could be a period of time before our time, which is completely orthogonal and comes from that time.
Yeah.
Which that's an interesting idea, right? So there you go. You can still have time before our time.
Yeah. Yeah. There's
it just crosses at one moment. That's all.
It's just
there's only one interaction.
It should be easy to see that it's almost certainly the case that there's never been. So basically, when you say no time, you're saying no change. When you're saying no change, we are essentially at the state of nothing, unless there's still a potentiality for change, and change is like frozen, but there's still a potentiality for it to be unfrozen. But then there would still be a temporality to that. So it's
okay. So check this out then. Oh my goodness, you're gonna. All right. Let me try and say it as quickly as possible. Okay, so if there was a inverted commas space smaller than a Planck length, right, and if the Heisenberg uncertainty principle was still a thing, right? So this is the two assumptions which I need. Then potentially photons could be created within that space, right? And they may be stationary or would be stationary because they're within a Planck's length, right? And so you could have continuously photons being created, stationary photons with zero mass being created at zero energy, right? Just piling up on each other. Right?
For that exact same reason you just outlined, this is why I think it's best to refer to that fundamental substrate at which all reality is born out of as the infinite state of potential. You don't have to add anything else to it. It's just a state of potentiality. Nothing has to happen, but there is a potential for something to happen.
Well, the reason I'm stating it this way is because that allows you then to get to, extreme levels of mass, all within a very, in an instant, right? As soon as you had any kind of vibration at all, any string vibration within that Planck unit is going to give you, if they've been built up over a long enough period of time, is going to give you extreme levels of energy, enough to create a universe or a multiverse easily.
Yeah. Well,
right? Whereas we're not just talking about a multiverse suddenly, just appearing from all in one kind of thing. We're talking about a graduation here, where these massless photons are built up without being able to move to suddenly some kind of movement, and that's all it would take. So it would be a very small amount of energy needed to create the universe of extreme energy.
Yeah, and
That's the idea anyway, but
Yeah.
it's
No, it's great.
it's
Yeah.
rubbish. It's pure speculation.
No.
I'm not saying there's any scientific
but
meaning
at
behind
least
it.
it's not. At least it's not committing the fallacious, assertion that first cause ideas paint, which are ridiculous to me. I still can't believe there are people that still believe in a literal first cause to something. That's like of reality, I should say. This makes no sense.
What, coming from nothing, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
I completely agree. I completely agree. That's just philosophically incoherent.
When you guys see a car driving, us physicists see math equations.
Yeah, that's like that's where Michio Kaku bothers me a lot. when a normal person sees a train going by, you see the train, you see its windows, you see a structure. We physicists see equations.
Yeah,
that bugs the shit out of me.
Mathematicians, I guess he really means, but yeah, I guess. I don't know. When I think of trains, when I think of physics and trains, the first thing I think of is the, proving relativity. Is the way that there's a film out, wasn't there, about Einstein going to see Marilyn Monroe.
Yep.
Explaining quantum mechanics to her, quantum physics, or relativity rather, I should say. I don't know if that's apocryphal or not. I don't know if you know that.
Which part?
Well, Marilyn Monroe going to see Einstein to find out about general relativity.
Yeah, I don't know.
It probably happened. People must have turned up at his door when he first got to America.
Well, I don't know if anyone has the chops to join up. If anyone has the nerve to step into the ring tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I love Luke, but I feel like he took a bit of a beating last time from me and Don Don, so he might still be licking his wounds. I hope he's listening to the stream right now. Hopefully that gets him in here.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were live. Oh yeah, it says live up there. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't do the English.
It's all good. But yeah, I mean, to me, the man-madeness of God is so straightforward and simple. Scott, how's it going?
Yeah.
Scotty too hotty, are you with us? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm just doing while I'm listening.
What do you think about the man-madeness of God? Why does God seem man-made to you?
I mean, something made in our image. I don't know. It just seems too. I don't know. To me, it just seems obvious that man invented God, not the other way around. As we were trying to find a reason for why the fuck things are the way they are on the plains when we didn't have textbooks. We just had we had 30 years of memory, and that's all we had.
Yeah. I think it seems obvious too. Like I went over earlier, like all of the things that we graft onto our literary creations and our things like gods that we create, and how they all seem to have like human struggles and human reasoning and human logic and just all the kinds of things we would create when we were creating any kind of character. except we're attempting to create the ultimate of ultimate superheroes that has the power to create life and universes and whatnot. But I don't think Dr. Manhattan is too far off of what Yahweh apparently is.
Yeah, exactly.
If cows had gods, they'd have hooves and spots on them.
Yeah, and we also haven't even got into like the other side of like, God, the idea of a creator almost certainly has to be man-made because of things like just the problem of evil arguments, where it's just like it seems like something we made up to make ourselves feel better, because do we really think any kind of all-powerful being would create bone cancer in children, create a childbirth process for the humans that are apparently made in his image, a childbirthing process that like kills women for so much of human history, and only recently we have the technology to make it slightly less painful and brutal for the carrying mother. Like there's just and that seems to be like something that's fundamentally connected to like the species, because we kind of have to do that to maintain the species, to maintain God's creation. And why does it consist of all of this like awful suffering? And like someone's going to give like a biblical answer for the problem of evil. That's fine. That's why I tend to not waste time doing the internal critique thing. But I still think I still think it's quite easy to say like, here's how I would have designed it better. I wouldn't have had this kind of labor pain in the design. I wouldn't have added the ability for there to be childhood leukemia. Like it's just so easy to make myself creating a more a better, by any discernible moral standard, a better creation than any God apparently could create.
Well, I think that is the thing with like creating like a character like that. If you go too big, you're invariably going to fuck up. There's no way to accurately portray something that big.
Exactly.
There's going to be error.
Yeah.
There's a couple of other giveaways as well. On your last point, I think Phil Halper said something like, why couldn't God have just made us vegetarians?
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of extra suffering to animals that we cause is immense, right?
Yeah.
So just make us vegetarians. What's the
Why
problem?
why did we have to shit out our food, which is actually like the shit we produce is like toxic to us and makes us sick? Like it's just such a shitty, disgusting design. Like it's just like, what are you doing? Like,
imagine how much cleaner it'd be if we just got our energy from standing out in the sun. No waste products, anything like that.
Yeah.
Stand out in the sun, get
or
all
even
your
just
energy,
air,
you're good to-
right? Just oxygen gives us everything,
Air.
right? Just fucking fills us with protein, good feelings of sugar, and like whatever.
The other man-made one I think is a good one is, and they give this away, right? Like they're happy to give this away, right? Which is some of the early history of religious experience. Is that when we first became sedentary, right? We used to bury the elders in or beneath the fires, beneath the hearths in our newly sedimented houses or round houses that we'd stay at for a while. And that's literally burying the father and deifying the father, because we'd dig them back up again, take the skulls, and then plaster them in lime. Right, and then put that on the mantelpiece as a worship item, right, and it was basically to mark territory. Okay, so you could come back after you'd been 6 months away gathering and doing all the hunting. You'd come back to the same place and go, yeah, this is ours. Look, there's Granddad and his father and his father. So it's a genealogy tool. So literally, it's the father that they worshipped. And they still say that to this very day.
Yeah.
Christians still go, Holy Father,
Right.
Father above.
Shut up, these fat slobs want it back. Like I should be worshipped.
Yeah.
There's another one that I just thought of. Very important one.
Yeah.
Uh, there is an adversary. So, like, a good narrative would not exist where a hero doesn't have a nemesis.
Yeah. Right.
You
Satan.
know, like the need for a conflict, like a celestial conflict, because how would you show that you're a good guy if you don't have a bad guy to defeat?
Right. I also I here's the like the cinema Netflix idea of the more entertainment we give ourselves, the better it becomes, the less time we have for the old school entertainment of the warring gods that we just kind of have to imagine in our minds. We don't get the 3D glass experience at our local cinema.
And that's also like another thing, like the fact that we can create superheroes, like we have the tendency to create superheroes. And we love that. Like anytime there's a new superhero, right? The other like Marvel and DC always compete with who comes up with like a parallel but not obvious copy of that superhero. And it's like because people love that. And I
Sure.
I mean, maybe it's a little too strong of a claim, but what if, mythology and the stories of God were kind of like the comic book of the day, of their day?
Oh, almost certainly, yeah. If you go to the Greece,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's absolutely how Gilgamesh is another good example, right?
Yeah,
But I just want to say just one thing quickly, which is, it's interesting. I was watching a psychology video the other day where they were talking about how we construct our own life as a narrative.
Yeah.
And that's what agency effectively comes down to, is keeping track of the narrative that we describe ourselves in, which is why it's so easy to get confused about who you are and where you're going and what you've done, because it's very easy just to lie to yourself about your own narrative.
Yes. Yeah.
Make up shit, and making up shit is what we do best.
Yes. Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
Body's man-made, not the other way around.
And on the comic book question, it's like the biggest difference, obviously, between the comic books that we've come to know and love versus something like the Bible is asking you to not only treat it as a piece of art, but as a piece of epistemology, and it wants you to adopt it as true, and also the claims within it as true, including the most probably the most satisfying claim to accept, and that is the promise of an afterlife, and the relief of death anxiety, not only your own death anxiety, but the death anxiety of your dying parents, your dying children, anyone who's dying. But through this kind of artistic and epistemic comic book, you get one of the biggest bits of psychological suffering, being death anxiety, removed from you, so long as you just buy into it and try to find a way to accept the propositions.
Yeah. And honestly, this to me is also like a huge kind of like bump on the road, or like reaching well-being, or at least it's like as long as there is an idea of a better well-being outside of existence, then well-being within existence will always feel secondary, like for believers. So like trying to achieve well-being or like having well-being as a goal gets hits that bump on the road.
Yeah, I think pursuing health is something that's very natural to us. Like it's hard for individuals to even wrap their heads around what it would mean to pursue sickness. So if we are to say well-being means physical, mental, and social health, or we could just say health in general, though there are bad ideas that can come along to that make that pursuit secondary to other doctrinal things, like secondary to something like, honoring your father, or like second, it's like your health pursuits are secondary, let's say, to the 10 Commandments. And that's where the ideologies get very dangerous when it comes to people's health. And I think the healthy thing to do with religions nowadays, if you are practicing religions, you should be practicing them fallibilistically, in that you are constantly in a state of openness to update, which is would be a consistent belief to your actual nature, that you are in fact consistently open to update, and that you aren't practicing the religion in any way that is causing detriments to your own health, and that includes your mental health. So if you happen to build a great friendship with someone, and then all of a sudden, 3 months into the friendship, and you're basically best friends at this point, and it's really serving your physical, mental, and social health well, and then you find out that they happen to be, homosexual, and your religion is causing you to this anxiety towards this pseudo problem, as though, now I have to worry about this relationship and how it's going to fare for me when it comes to my judgment day. That is where, the true evil of these religions lies, where it really starts affecting detrimentally the physical, mental, and social health of the believers.
Well, yeah, and I guess I understand what you're saying, because you are talking about people who do value the present existence, you can say, and life. But there are people who also, because of religion, don't value this existence, and for them,
Yes.
the greatest well-being is not the well-being of like your friends and other people around you, but the only well-being is to get as many people to heaven as possible.
Right. Yeah.
And your reward will not be counted like on the earthly sense. It will be counted, your well-being even won't be counted
Right.
here, if it can be much more greatly counted in the afterlife.
Well, that reminds me, Anka, when we were talking to Trey the other day, and when I was asking Trey, who's a Christian, like, primarily, like, what is good, what is the thing you would care most to talk to Jordan Peterson about, or something you would wish for Jordan Peterson when he's dealing with all of these health struggles. And the primary thing on his mind was saving his soul for Christ, saving his soul for God. That was more important to Trey than anything else. And I was just like, hold on, man. Like, what about like having him like get better by way of his, by way of his, I forget what he's struggling with, but there's a particular medical term, but yeah, with what he's dealing with regards to the benzodiazepine withdrawal and all of this stuff, and getting on a healthier diet and all. Like, what about his health? And for him, and this is an example of what you're talking about. I think what was made primary is what is the best thing here is saving his soul for God. And yeah, I think that's a bug and not a feature. The wish should have been something The good wish should have been something that would seek to maximize his well-being, his physical, mental, and social health.
Yeah, I think Sam Harris, in a debate with Peterson, also emphasized the being aspect of well-being. It was like,
Oh, that was
I
that was with Dillahunty. That was with
oh,
Dillahunty. I'm pretty
Dillahunty,
sure.
yeah.
Because Jordan couldn't figure it out. Jordan was like, Matt's like, well, when we're talking about what's best for your well-being, like there are facts about well-being, and Jordan Peterson's like, yeah, line those suckers up, man. He's like, well, if you chop off my head, it's contradictory to my well-being. And then Jordan Peterson's like, and Matt kept talking as though like obviously Jordan Peterson's going to accept that. Matt kept talking, and then Jordan Peterson's like, no, I'm not willing to accept that. And he's like, what? He's like, well, what if he's like, yeah, well, what if you're severely suffering from cancer? Then chopping off your head would end your suffering. And then Matt's like, yeah, but if you're dead, you're no longer being, so there can't be any well-being. And then Jordan, and then there was like a laugh fell over the crowd, and Jordan's like, no, that's just that. He puts his head down and starts shaking his head. And then Matt should have let him hang a little longer there, but courteously, Matt carried on with further explanations about well-being. But yeah, that's something people don't realize. Like Jordan doesn't want to agree that there are facts about well-being. Well, that's what governs all of medicine, and he's a clinical practitioner. Used to be. So it's kind of crazy for someone to like be scoffing at the concept of well-being. It's just like it's kind of crazy. It's like, well, that whole well-being thing, man, is a non-starter, is what Jordan says, because he doesn't believe there are facts about your well-being. But that's crazy for a clinician to think. Now, part of this is like, yeah, if you don't, and this can sometimes be Matt's failure. It can sometimes be Sam Harris's failure. But I think the best way to describe well-being in the way that they are and I am talking about is to describe it as our physical, mental, and social health. So if you present that argument to Jordan and say that, yeah, by the standards of your physical, mental, and social health, then chopping off my head would be counter to well-being, if that's what well-being means. Then Jordan would have to accept it if he's like, okay, fine, if that's what you mean. But Jordan would probably say, but that's not what everyone else means, or people I've talked to means when they talk about well-being. And it's like, well, fine, but I think it's important to make this explicit, because it is one of those terms that sometimes can be one of these suitcase terms where people are like, yeah, well, doing heroin is it maximizes my well-being. It's like, no, it is factually bad for your well-being, even though it makes you happier. So like there are narrow aspects of your well-being that are going to feel better, but by measure of your physical, mental, and social health, when it comes to your heroin use, we're going to be able to stack up, by way of medical science, all of these ways that it is awfully detrimental to your well-being. And then there might be a few of these little things you're getting in return by way of the addiction.
Yeah, definitely big separation between happiness and well-being, because you don't have to be necessarily happy all the time, but you can have a continuous well-being.
Yeah, one thing I find is that happiness tends to remove the layer that is of utmost importance to what I think is good ethical standards, and that layer is the temporal layer. So like you could go out on a drinking binge and have the best time of your life and feel like this is the most exceedingly happy, endeavor I've ever felt before. But if you think about
how this kind of living is going to affect your happiness in the future if you continue down this road based on the facts that we know, based on physical, mental, and social health facts. Then it starts, that behavior starts becoming irrational to your purposes of wanting to have a temporal future, to have, more living into the future. And so I find that, like, often with happiness-based philosophies, and there was a lot in antiquity and later on where happiness was made the moral metric. It just doesn't work. It doesn't graft on. There is no grounding. There is no factual grounding for that metric. It's just like, someone could, like, have you seen those people who get addicted to duster, like computer cleaner duster? Like, they're the happiest motherfuckers on the planet. They're laying down, their voice is being augmented by the high of the duster, and they just sit there and they're just like in this state of pure ataraxia, as Epicurus would call it. This heightened state of euphoria and happiness and joy, and they're in that state, but they themselves have become an emotional burden on those who care for them. They've become a burden on themselves. They're slowly dwindling away. The temporal layer doesn't matter anymore. They just want to maintain this state until they can't live anymore. And some people would say, well, who are you to say that's wrong? Well, what I would say to them is that my sentiments tell me when I see someone in that state, my sentiments, the same thing that is the grounding for anyone's moral stances, is telling me when I view that situation, when I take into the consideration the temporal layer, how that behavior is affecting those around them, how it's affecting their health. It bothers me. It causes me sadness. It causes me to feel sick for them, by way of my empathy drive. So it's like that's why I come to feel righteous in saying, that is the bad life. That is bad what you're doing. That is wrongful what you're doing to your body. So.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Travis. You said that the way you define well-being is physical, mental, and social health, right?
Yes.
What if somebody like Jordan Peterson or anyone like a theist would say, yeah, but what about spiritual health?
I would say spiritual health is completely covered within physical, mental, and social health. So, I've had lots of conversations with religious people about that, and I would say, think of all the things within physical, mental, and social health that your spiritual health is involved, and some of them would say all things. And I would say, yeah, I agree with you. Like, however you define spirituality in your own life, I'm sure it affects your physical, mental, and social health. It's not dismissing anything that could affect your mind, basically within the mental sphere, and then that inevitably affects your social health and your physical health. So, all of that is completely connected, and there's a term for this: biopsychosocial. So, everything within the purview of the human experience. This includes spirituality. This includes fantasies, beliefs, faiths, and fit into that biopsychosocial model. Biopsychosocial concept covers it all. So, yeah. Some people are going to put, I'm totally fine. Like, if someone gives me a definition of spirituality, there are many definitions of spirituality that I agree with, that I say, oh, okay, you're describing how I feel when I read Shakespeare, or when I'm performing Shakespeare, or when I'm performing music, or in a music jam, or I'm playing with my son. or yeah, like me and my son the other day, we both just had long sticks that we found out on the property, and we were just dancing around in a circle like chiefs, banging our sticks on the ground and just making up dances and sounds and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, there's something transcending about those kinds of experience compared to like what I would encounter when I go to the grocery store. So by some definitions of spirituality, then I would be considered a very spiritual man, I think.
That's a good answer. I guess the way I have a view of spirituality is something that kind of, like, I understand it when people say it, but I also think that the word itself kind of muddies the water. And
It can, yeah.
you said correctly, I think that it needs to be defined before you can really, I guess, evaluate it or even factor it. Because for someone who is really like fundamental Christian, a spiritual health can be just a question whether they get to heaven or not.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Here, I just pulled up a basic definition. So spirituality is the aspect of human life concerned with seeking meaning, purpose, connection, and transcendence beyond ordinary material existence. It often involves exploring questions such as, who am I? Why am I here? What gives life meaning? How am I concerned how am I connected to others, nature, or higher reality? So if that's the definition, I think everyone who probably comes through the Pangburn Universe Discord server would be considered, by that definition, a spiritual being. But it also, there's this part, spirituality may include beliefs in God, gods, a higher power, or a sacred dimension, but it does not necessarily require adherence to a specific religion. Many people express spirituality through practices such as prayer, meditation, contemplation, mindfulness, acts of compassion, or a sense of awe and wonder. So I definitely engage in meditation, contemplation, mindfulness, acts of compassion, or a sense of awe and wonder. So I don't engage in the prayer part, and I don't have any connection to gods or gods in the way I think about the world. But a lot of this, in this definition, would see me as a spiritual person. Yeah.
I think I agree with the definition, and I think it's really awesome to be able to let go, like how you did with your son, and dance, and there's something very like nature appreciation there, and it also takes you back to some kind of like basic tribal instinct, I guess. And I find it really interesting that we have it somewhere deep within us to recall those things and recall it physically and emotionally and to perform it.
Yeah, definitely. There's this all has to do with in the six Pangburn virtues and maxims. It has to do with lightheartedness, and one of the subcategories of lightheartedness, playfulness. Playfulness is one of the most important things that we can hold up as a virtue by way of lightheartedness in service of our well-being, our physical, mental, and social health. A lot of people, when they grow up, they stop playing, and it's a tragedy. It's a deep tragedy that there's no playfulness. There's no like just letting their body move, unconstrained in like a fun theatrical way, letting themselves engage in an improvisational, conscious flow of ideas and words. These kinds of exercises, and a lot of them found in theater, the theatrical arts, are just so important to maintaining good health. Like lightheartedness we did a deep dive of the lightheartedness chapter in my first book recently, and lightheartedness is just so important to people's physical, mental, and social health. It literally touches everything, and heavy-heartedness is detrimental. So if you find yourself just taking things too seriously all the time, not finding the right kind of repair for that stuff, it's often because you're not practicing playfulness, you're not practicing optimism, you're not practicing positivity. These are the three subcategories of lightheartedness in my philosophy. And we already know through cognitive science, through biological sciences, that lightheartedness helps our body regulate stress, helps us with cognitive repair, all of these amazing things, better heart health, it's right in the label, lightheartedness, and heavy-heartedness, on the contrary, or on the other side of the line, leads to health detriments, like worse heart health outcomes, blood circulation issues, stress, anxiety, panic, poor thinking, like cognitive rigidity. Heavy-heartedness is very much connected to that. So, yeah. Playfulness is like, make sure everyone should be out there playing. They should be playing all throughout their day. Incorporate play into your work life.
So how cool would that be if you had like a recess in work?
Yeah.
So you all get to go out and like do something cool for like 15 minutes or whatever.
I've done some business consulting. There was one lady that wanted to hire me to help with their work atmosphere in Vancouver, and there was a staff of about 20. Her name's Wanda, and basically the only few things I noticed is that there was no playfulness. The environment was so heavy-hearted. And what were some things that could do? One of the things I mentioned is that it would be cool if there was time throughout the day at some point to watch an episode of The Office once a week together in the conference room, and also things like we're going to do a 15-minute drawing arts and crafts break, like the same types of things that you do when you're a kid, and for some reason we feel justified in dropping those things, like, oh, we don't have time, there's too much money to be made, man. Like, it's so fucked up because we don't realize like what we are sacrificing by way of our health, by eliminating that aspect from us, because we feel it's time to grow up, throw on our coal mine hat, and get down into the coal mine. Like, it's a fucked up way of thinking. It's counter well-being thinking.
They need Foursquare and tetherball, and I would be a happy camper.
Yeah. Dude, sport, like any kind of those like team building activities that are fun and open, you don't want to make them too stringent, because then you're just back to making some kind of fucking heavy-hearted activity for everyone. It's like, this is the competition, here are the rules, let's do it. It's like, no, dude, you're bringing you can't help it. You're bringing that heavy-hearted thing we're trying to escape from the office into what ought be time for lightheartedness and repair, playfulness. So, and a lot of people don't have the tools to know exactly how to go about this, or to have some level of leadership to be able to lead people into this, because when you're in a heavy-hearted environment, there's all of these different kinds of fortresses of defensiveness that have been created necessarily for people to feel survivable in such environments. So it's like you kind of do need someone to kind of get things going. So I, on 2 separate occasions, I went into this place and I just played with people there, and you know, I think implementing a few things, showing that it's okay to play as an adult, was very helpful.
I visited my grandma at the cemetery today with my mom, and grandpa was there, of course. So they were buried next to each other.
Right.
And my grandpa died of a heart attack. And, you know, my mom was telling me about him. Like grandma was so sweet and was able to diffuse Grandpa Bud very easily. And I'm like, yeah, was he kind of like a heavy hearted person? And she's like, yep, you know, come home from work every day and would never relax. And it's just like,
right.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about when you're sacrificing. Well, that was the well-being chapter, sacrificing, you know, your physical and mental health for financial.
Yeah.
But lightheartedness was easily my favorite, and it always makes me laugh, right? Like you laughed earlier, you chuckled when stating the descriptive fact that having a heavy heart leads to bad blood flow and other heart disease, and that just cracks me up, honestly.
It is funny. It kind of does. If you have a light-hearted relationship with information, which everyone should have, you should have a light-hearted relationship with information. That when you hear things like that, it's like, yeah, if you go around like, oh, I got to get this done, I got to get that done, and I got no time for nothing, and I got to do this, but I got to sacrifice myself for my kids because I got to drain myself so I can squeeze the last bit out of life for my kids that I can. And then it's like, yeah, but how is your diminishing physical, mental, and social health serving your children? Have you stopped for a second to ask yourself that? And you wouldn't believe how many people I know that labor themselves to near death, and I talk to them, and they're good friends of mine, and I talk to them and be like, well, how is this affecting your ability to, you know, build strong relationships with your children and maintain a strong relationship with your wife? And the answer is generally quite cynical, quite heavy-hearted, and not a sign of good physical, mental, and social health. So we got to. I wanted to say that, Brody, what is the? You mentioned that you get so much playtime with your job. What are some of the things you do? You're a youth minister, pastor, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So what is some of the play you guys engage in?
I mean, like half of my job is planning playtime, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm kind of fortunate because it's like incorporated in my job to create an environment where like students show up, they want to bring their friends because they know they're gonna have a fun time. So like I set up games every week. Like there's this game called 9 Square, it's like 4 square mixed with volleyball in the air. But there's like 9 squares you play in. So like every night we have youth nights. We have a lot of fun. I try to. Nice. I feel like every day that they're at school, they're like stressed or worried or really serious. I want them to be able to like enjoy themselves. But also like we have a pretty smaller church, so like we have a staff of 5 people, and I just think we have like really good rapport in the office. We're always joking and teasing, sometimes pranking one another, like just kind of keeping things light. So it makes it a lot lower stress to work in. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's great. And you know, being conscientious with the pranking, with the play, with one another is important, so that play doesn't push into cruelty or bullying or anything like that. Yeah. So that's something when we were talking about playfulness and reviewing my forthcoming book, that's one thing I really want to look at and key in on is there anyone within the play environment that is being caused to feel detrimentally from a physical, mental, or social perspective, and what are we doing? What kind of said or unsaid rules have we set up within the play environment that allows people to speak up if they're feeling like they don't like something, or they because those things are very important to pay attention to, and to hand wave them away and dismiss them, I think is doing a disservice to the good. The good thing is to take concerns seriously, be conscientious with others. That doesn't mean that you need to necessarily sacrifice the great, good, positive play that's happening for everyone for the stressors of one person, but acknowledging it and trying to incorporate them in a different way, coming up with ideas, making sure the person knows that their concerns matter. It's like imagining if there's 20 children playing in a giant sandbox and everyone's picking on one kid and making him feel like shit. This happens to adults all the time. And it's something that should be resisted and confronted. You're unmuted.
Brody,
oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I wanted to just say a quick thing because Brody unlocked. I was trying to think of, you don't want to sacrifice a pillar of well-being. And I was watching like some Jackass clips.
Yeah.
And like the social camaraderie between those guys is probably through the roof, the social health.
Yeah.
But think of all of the bruises and cuts and tears and concussions that they get along the way.
So some performance art, and this is like, I will say, like, some performance art and some of it is play, some of it is being presented as professionals doing performance art. I think what Jackass is doing is a kind of performance art, just like what the acrobats are doing is performance art in Cirque du Soleil. And there are certain kinds of performance art that are really risky. And I would say Jackass is one of those for sure. So like, and it's kind of like, how do we square like the play of hockey? If I wasn't living in Mexico right now, I'd still be playing rec hockey. So I am, of course, going out there with some risks to my physical, mental, and social health. I could get a concussion. I've had concussions playing hockey, and I had a really bad one about 10 years ago. But there is risk to play when it comes to many different kinds of forms of play. Swimming carries risks, less risks than hockey. Playing baseball with your friends carries risks. I've taken a hard ball right in the forehead. I've missed catching a pop fly and caught it in the eye when I was young. I got hit with a baseball bat in the head when an idiot friend of mine when I was young was warming up in what was not the batter's box, but just like beside our dugout, and it like cranked me really hard in the head. There's risks to play. But the suffering avoidance calculus way of lensing this stuff would cause people great concern about these things, like, and sometimes to a very unhealthy level. Like, if you know how to play baseball, finding a group to play baseball with, even though you might take a softball, in the head or in the knee or, in the groin. I I think the risks are generally going to be worth it. Worth it by way of your physical, mental, and social health. So, but we are talking about today, now that we have Brody and Luke, we are talking about whether God is man-made or not. And all of us atheists have had our turns in giving our arguments as to why God is seemingly man-made, but I guess we could open up the room to... Brody was here first. Maybe Brody wants to weigh in on the question. Why, Brody, would you think God is not man-made?
Yeah, I think most gods are man-made.
Okay.
I think that there are plenty of man-made gods in the world. Obviously, I think every other religion is false, right? I've got the right one.
Right.
So, I think one of the things specifically on this topic when it comes to Christianity that leads me to not thinking it's man-made is I would expect different tenets or beliefs or doctrine to come from a man-made religion than I would from a religion that's not man-made. So I guess like I wouldn't expect a man-made religion to be one that like an invented religion to be one that causes the people who adopt it immense amount of suffering. It basically subjugates them to terrible fates, and it doesn't promote dominance or control or strength, but actually promotes surrender and going to the bottom and being a servant and all of those kind of things. I would think that if people were going to invent a religion, they'd probably want to invent one that would at least get them some sort of social status or material gain, and I kind of see the opposite with Christianity. So that's my thoughts on that.
What about when you think of, I don't know how much you know about Buddhism, but Buddhism tends to be the religion on the planet, the general practice of Buddhism that agrees most with my 6 Pangburn virtues and maxims, which include my moral quest. So like if I'm looking at like the ideal kinds of religions, I look more towards Buddhism is like the kinds of things, you know, that I find virtuous. Like I don't find you know, I don't find it very shocking that things like hells and promises of afterlife and, you know, the story of Jesus, like I don't find all of that hard to believe from like a human-centric perspective, like why we would put such psychology into a religion and see it as virtuous to do so. Like I can see why human beings would do that. But I guess what I'm saying is like, I think in the case of Buddhism, based on my, you know, moral outlook, I think Buddhism achieved more greatness by way of maximizing physical, mental, and social health for human beings than Christianity has. So I guess it would be interesting to understand further, like to try to make, I guess, maybe give some more concrete examples of the things that you think are non-man or inhuman that you see. And you mentioned some things like, you know, like I think you would maybe say like doing well by others, making that primary. And what are some of the other things? Because
I think
a lot of these things are things that, a lot of the good things I think you're going to mention that I would agree with are things I've come to, you know, absent any adoption of Christianity. So,
yeah. So I would think of, first of all, the context that Christianity arose in, and I would ask myself, given the people that first adopted Christianity, what would I expect their created religion to look like? And it's actually not it all what Christianity ends up looking like. The number one priority for the Jewish people who were looking for a Messiah was to restore Israel, the throne of David, and to overthrow the oppressor, which was Rome. I wouldn't expect them to adopt a religion after years and years and generations of oppression that says turn the other cheek, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, this kind of mentality. And then especially once they see this supposed Messiah crucified, I would not expect them, after going into hiding, to 3 days later be willing to put to death for the belief that he had resurrected. If it was a man-made religion, I would expect it to die the same way any other man-made Messiah religion died. Once the Messiah was crucified, they went into hiding, waiting their own crucifixion, and that's the end of the tale.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just think you might not be giving credit enough to the human beings who created the story of Jesus, who created, things like the New Testament. I think like it just feels obvious to me that would be a strong paradigm shift for any authorship of like a hero's tale or a hero's journey, trying to create poignant stories, kind of like in like a Shakespearean sense. Like it's simply a twist in the narrative, and a twist in the narrative, I think, are things that we see all the time in literature, and I think like you're right to say that you could point to certain things in history, certain stories in history where the stories tend to play out in a particular kind of way that is more predictable than maybe what happened from Old Testament to New Testament. But I don't think it's outside the purview of what human beings have done in many cases. So I guess I'm not shocked by that, and I guess like, especially considering that this was a compilation of works, like many books compiling into what's thought to connect to a single narrative. There was a lot of work and a lot of human minds and great thinking that went into the construction of these stories and narratives. So, yeah.
Yeah, I hear that, and I mean, if you're talking about good authorship and good storytelling, I think you have a great point. You don't want to tell a predictable story. You don't want to tell a story where people can basically finish the ending before they read it, right? Any good story you read, you'll have a twist in there somewhere that's unexpected and that draws you in. And if all the gospel writers or authors were doing was trying to devise a really good best-selling story, I think that would be a good explanation. What that doesn't explain to me, though, is the fate of the apostles, the fate of the early followers of Jesus. It doesn't seem like, I struggle with that motivation. Like, they were so determined to tell a great story that they were willing to die for this story that they knew that they made up.
If they did
die,
right?
With. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a big if for me.
So if they did die for this, would this change your thinking on maybe their motivation?
Not necessarily. Like, again, I can answer it in both ways, and I want to open the mic to other people too, because I tend to hog the shit out of the microphone. But yeah, I mean, I can see human beings, engaging in that kind of behavior, but we don't necessarily need to, like those people in the story could have very well been convinced of the truthfulness of, whatever was going on, whatever was actually going on with regards to Jesus. So if they were I would think that it would be
a rare or strange case if they would have just wanted to die to sell a good story. That would be very strange. And
Yeah, I agree.
But I think it would be much more believable than what's believed by Christians. Do you get what I mean by that?
Not really.
Like the
What
belief in
makes
the
me say that
resurrection.
is more believable than the divorce story.
Like the belief in the resurrection, the belief in the existence of a literal God. Like, I think that's, for me, that's much harder to believe than human beings doing, something, some insanity, like, sacrificing themselves to try to sell a story to humanity. Human beings do stupid
I'll let
shit all
Luke
the
get
time.
in on this.
Yeah.
My first response is like I just personally have never seen that behavior out of humans. I've never seen anyone be so committed to sell a story that they're willing to die for it, knowing that it's a story that they've invented. But then again, you'd probably respond and say, well, if we're talking about things that we have no evidence for, I've never seen people resurrect, right? So like I think we might be at a stance. But I'll let Luke jump in there.
I don't think, before you go, Luke, I just want to say one thing. I don't think we see that either all that much, but we do see people sacrificing themselves for things that they do believe.
Yeah.
So we haven't considered the proposition that these people actually believed the story, not that they were just making it up in some bad faith way, but we see cuckoos all the time creating religions, creating spiritual, mystical things that lead them to do wild things like kill themselves or set themselves on fire or group suicide and stuff like that.
Well, Perry, when you say that, like, they might have actually believed it and not just made it up, that kind of goes back to the first premise, like the first question that was asked: is religion made up? Is it man-made? Right? And that's what I'm arguing against.
Is God man-made?
Sorry, sorry, my bad. Yeah, is God made up or is God man-made?
Yeah.
So if you're saying that this is something that they truly believed, I know that doesn't prove that it actually happened, but at least to me that gets us past the first step of saying this is something they invented. This is something at least that they thought they witnessed and they recorded what they thought.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if you mean invented ex nihilo or if you mean invented based on priors that they had and then started filling in puzzle pieces and explaining it away. Those are two different things. Like, if you're just trying to make up some shit for the fame of it and then put a bullet in your head so that you become eternalized, that's fucking wild. But I think that these people believed it. I think, but
okay.
I think so. I think but I think we agree on that. Go ahead, Luke. I'll digest for a bit.
Yeah. So, if you ask the question, what would make a story? How would we recognize a story that is made, that is inspired by God, as opposed to a story that is inspired by human? That the idea that Brody presented is a really good one. Laying your life for a story that is coming from you is never heard before and since. So what happens is if you meet a group of people that have purposefully invented a story and they are persecuted for that story that they invented, you observe that they foil. They say, oh yeah, well, it's just a joke. Leave me alone. Kind of a reaction. That's what we observe in history, and saying that even if they were killed and persecuted for that fake story, like even if the people who were listening to the story and they didn't check. The story is about facts, things that did happen. Jesus was there, he was speaking to people, he was, multiplying bread, people ate the bread that he multiplied, this kind of thing. So I guess people checked before choosing to be persecuted. Like they were running away. losing their livelihood.
If
this kind of thing.
If the stories are true, I agree. I think it's much more likely that anyone who died, for anything like that, almost certainly believed it to be the case.
And it's not like there wasn't mental illness back then, too. Of course, there are people still doing some crazy shit. Like, just because somebody kills themselves, it does not in any way make that more compelling evidence.
It's not a suicide, Scott.
But Scott, but you know what Scott's getting at, right? Like,
well, here, just to respond to Scott real quick, if you're gonna say that like a story was made up, the reason why we bring up something like the fate of the apostles is because we're driving at the motivation. What motivation would you have to make up a story that would get you killed? That's the only reason. We're not saying them dying for it makes it true. We're saying like you'd have a lot more heavy lifting to do to explain what kind of motivation. Like I would understand a made up story that would get me prestige or fame or women or money or whatever, but not a death sentence.
That, like, somebody made up a story that they get killed for. Let's talk about like Salman Rushdie. Is there something like special or supernatural about what Salman Rushdie did? No. But yet they still tried to kill him, did they not?
Yeah.
Yeah, and wait a minute, we don't know what happened.
Wait, I don't actually know that reference. Who are you talking about?
Salman Rushdie. He wrote the Satanic Verses. He's a ex-Muslim. All this was like back in like the 90s and shit, man.
Okay, so he wrote something and got killed for it. Is that what you're saying?
No, he didn't get killed. His eye got shot out, but he survived.
And I guess I'm missing the connection.
Because just because somebody what's the motivation for somebody to write something that they could be killed? What was his motivation? He believed that the Quran was incorrect, so that was his motivation. There's nothing divinely inspired about it. There's nothing that made it more divine and more, I don't know, like came down from the wings on God and made it so like this.
What was his writing like? What was the nature of it? Was it like was it like a attempt at recording history like the New Testament authors wrote?
No, it was a tearing down of the Islamic.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people write ideas and then they get persecuted for those ideas. But to write like if you read the beginning of Luke, what seems very clearly to be in the genre of biography, and to fully believe that you are keeping an accurate historical record, and then to say that they're doing that for a fictitious story, I think is different than somebody writing like, here are a list of my beliefs. You know what I mean?
No,
it's qualitatively different.
You're still just adding this thing saying, because they did this, there's some part of it that I don't fully understand. Therefore, it's got to be like evidence of God or something.
No, I'm just saying that you're like, it's hard for me to believe that somebody would make up a story, pawn it off as history, and then die for that. I can understand somebody writing their beliefs and something they really believe and dying for it because it's so controversial. But
so if you don't understand it, what does that matter then? Who cares if you don't understand it? That person did what they did. Your understanding is the least of their care, least of their concern.
I mean, I can take the evidence that's in front of me and come to my best conclusion, right? Can't, like the same way you're doing. I mean, it would be kind of a short conversation if we both just said, well, I don't understand.
So, yeah, I mean, I for one think that, if it was the case that the apostles existed and they did die, it's more likely that they believed in Jesus, believed in God, and, were willing to die for that belief. I think it's more likely. But we can look at a lot of fictional stories and say the same thing, right?
No, we can't.
Why?
The fictional story are not historical facts.
Well,
That's the
I'm
thing that
saying
they
fictional
checked.
I'm saying fictional stories that people believe are facts, right?
Well, I mean, we don't know who wrote the Gospels at all, so I'm
That's
like, I
not
don't see
exactly
how we
true.
can. That is true. They're anonymous. They were anonymous. They were found anonymous. If you look
The-
into it, yes, that is the consensus among most of biblical scholarship is that the Gospels are anonymously found. They were found anonymous.
yeah, but
That
that doesn't mean they're not
they,
tied to named
so they're
witnesses.
not eyewitness accounts. And they're not written by the people who claim to have died of these things. So they're stories about people. We have stories about people who believed in Jesus. We have stories about people who really believed in Jesus and followed him around. We have stories about people who died because they believed in
Hmm.
Jesus. We have stories, but we don't have anybody that is sitting there writing in history that is saying, I was there, I saw Jesus,
Yep.
I did this, I did that. There's nobody, there's not
Yeah.
one author that we have any, it's outside of scholarship or outside of the Bible or inside, or like in, within the Bible, that is eyewitness testimony to any of these events. All we have is people saying people believe this. That's what most of the external, like paper, like external evidence outside of the Bible amounts to, is people uh, um, writing that people believed this at the time. There were Christians who believed this, but it's not anybody who was an eyewitness to this. So,
So
like, these people did not. I don't believe you keep saying that people are saying they made this up. Nobody thinks that. I mean, I don't. I have no reason at all to believe that anybody in that time actually knew that they were fabricating this intentionally. There's no reason to believe that. We see with other religions that's not what it takes. It does not take like lies. What it takes is myths, and over time myths grow and belief grow.
um, I just, even if that, like, the whole thing you're saying, like, I would have disagreements with the idea that these stories were not attached to named eyewitnesses. But even if that was the case, I don't think that, like, we would really need that to make the case that I'm making. Like, I think that the very well documented um, history of the early church existing, that the rise of Christianity as it was, is already evidence to me that this is not something man-made based on what these people were believing.
I
I
mean,
think it's just like,
I
I don't see
don't.
any motivation for making something like that up.
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think they made it up. I think they
Well,
believed
when you
it.
say a myth, to me, like, a myth is something that's made up. That's why I'm saying made up.
Well, I
Like,
mean, what do you think? So you think that all the other religions on the planet that people believe it, but or, I mean, they made it up, but nobody, but people don't believe it. There's all kinds of
no, I
people who
think
believe it, but you
there's a
think that they're
difference
not
between,
real.
okay,
I
so,
don't know.
like, there's a difference between people having stories they pass down from their grandchildren, like, of, like, Zeus and Poseidon and stuff like that, versus, like, documented first century rise of Christianity after a first century event that's so close to the event. I don't like, and also, like, the
Where is it
genre itself.
documented? Where's all the
But
documentation
so
that you're talking
if you
about?
look, like, if you read like Tacitus or Pliny the Younger, or like any Roman, Josephus, Roman historians, they talk about how are we going to deal with these Christians that are rising
When
up.
did
They call it,
okay, there was Christians. Like I know you're saying that, like, I'm not saying that people weren't claiming there were Christians. Like Tacitus says people believe this. Tacitus is not an eyewitness to anything that
no,
is
right,
recorded in the
Robin.
Bible.
Robin, what I'm saying is that what I described with Tacitus sounds a lot different than a myth growing over time. If he's
No,
reporting something that happened within 20 years of Jesus dying, that doesn't seem like a long time for a myth to grow. This is like living memory of people who were alive
but
for the events.
who recorded Jesus dying is the
That's not the
important
point.
part. Yeah, that's the important part, because the fact that people believe that Jesus died and rose from the grave is not a surprise. People believe stuff. But we
Oh,
don't have any
it is a
documentation.
surprise. You're telling me that, like, you're telling me a multitude of people suddenly believe something that happened within their lifetime. They all believe it, and you chalk this up to be like, oh, it's just a myth growing over time.
Many religions that already have the
Right
resurrection
now,
in it. Yes, yes, a myth like that could pop up in no time flat.
Yeah, people believe in Scientology already, and it's like appeared in our lifetime, my lifetime. I don't know how old you are.
Yeah, but
It's
Scientology
appeared
isn't
in
making
mine.
a claim to an event that's
You're
happened.
you're
What
special
event are they saying
pleading.
happened?
You're special pleading about like this is my religion is different because of this, but it's
It
not.
is.
It's the
It's
same.
qualitatively different because it's tied to a historical event.
But it's
Scientology is just a
not
set of
tied to
beliefs.
a historical event. Where is the historical event that you think that the Bible is tied, Christianity is tied to?
The claim is that an event happened,
I know, but
right?
where's
What?
the historically
Hold
uh,
on, hold on. I'm just saying.
historical?
You say I'm special pleading. My point is just that Christians from the first century claimed that they claimed that an event happened. Scientologists pop up because they're not making a historical claim at all. They're just it's a set of doctrine or dogma. Christianity is falsifiable because they're actually claiming like, hey, we saw something happen.
How
That's a
is
qualitative difference.
falsifiable?
It's not special
How
pleading.
I know, but how's it falsifiable? How do we falsify Christianity?
Oh, show me the body.
What
Oh
do you
my!
mean show you the body?
That's that's my point. It's
Robin,
falsifiable.
it's the first time you hear about showing the body. I mean, you're even. It's not the first time you hear about
Show
it.
me some evidence of anybody that knew Jesus, that even that Jesus existed. Show me some evidence of that.
The
Some
rise of
actual evidence.
Christianity, I think, is great evidence for.
No, 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 no. That's like there's all kinds of religions that you're claiming have risen out of the existence, not the non-existence of gods. I'm sure you don't think that Zeus and
Yeah,
all of those are
but
alive.
Robin, you're not hearing the difference I'm making if you're bringing up Zeus again.
You're not making a
Yeah,
difference. You're not
yeah.
showing me.
Event.
I
It's
am.
about an event,
Nobody who
Robin.
believes in Zeus is making the claim that or writing historical biography like the genre, like Luke was. Nobody is making the claim, hey, 10 years ago, this is something that we witnessed and we saw Zeus here. They're saying this is something that's been passed down by generation to generation from our grandfathers and their grandfathers. That's qualitatively different than the claim that Christianity makes. So
We
you
don't
can't
have
conflate it with
anybody
something
that
like
has
Zeus
an
just because they
eyewitness
both have the
to
label
Jesus.
religion above them.
I know, but I'm asking you for the documentation of somebody who knew Jesus, because all we're talking about is somebody believed these stories. Like we
Yeah,
don't
but
have. It's not
like
Jesus
Robin,
existing is not an actual historically documented event. Is what I'm trying to say.
well,
What you are asking
I
for
think
is
that
not evidence that the event happened.
I think most historians would disagree with you. But that aside, like, do you think like I just want to make sure we're not talking past each other. When I say people believed in Jesus is different qualitatively than people believed in Zeus. Like, do you understand what I'm saying there or no?
No, I don't. I think it's all
Okay,
the same. I
when I
think Christian gods are just like you know what I mean? Like we don't like I said, I think that Christianity grew over time and I think it grew and it's much different now than it was 100 years ago and it's much different a
sure.
hundred years ago than it was 1,000 years ago. And I think that you're judging it from this lens of what we have, but I don't think we have any good evidence for Jesus
Okay,
existing
understand. So
is
I let
crucifixion
me
or
like
resurrection.
just to support like to show I understand you, okay? You're the reason you're saying that they're the same is because you believe there's no evidence for either one, right? That's the similarity you see. There's no evidence for Jesus, there's no evidence for
No
Zeus.
good evidence
No good
sufficient for
evidence.
that
Sure.
belief.
Okay.
Sufficient
The
for
point
that
that
belief.
I'm trying to make is when somebody in the first century says, "I believe that Jesus raised from the dead," what they're saying is I have a belief that 10, 15, 20 years ago, or within, aka within my lifetime, this event happened that other people could have witnessed. They're actually putting their belief in an event that they were alive for. When somebody says, I believe in Zeus, they are not putting their faith in an event they were alive for. They're passing down a story that has been passed down for generations. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and do you like? Okay, let's take the
No, I
January.
understand that you say there's
I
no
know,
evidence for either one, but I'm
but
just saying like it's
let's
not
take
the
the
same
January.
kind of belief
I
between
know.
like
Let's
an
take,
event
well,
and a
I can show you with January 6th. Take January 6th is an
sure.
event that we've all been alive for. How many different like there is two groups of people who absolutely have a totally upside down version of what happened on January 6th. It happened right. We witnessed it live, like most of us did in America, especially. We witnessed it live. We had hearings on it where we exposed all the different facts and testimonies of actual eyewitnesses and people. But we still have resulted in two stories, two opposite stories, even though everybody in this world has access right now to the actual hearings and to the actual watching the event happen. But still, we managed to get two stories out of it. And so, like, when we compare that to Christianity, we have none of that kind of evidence for Christianity. We have no evidence like that for Jesus existing, him dying, him resurrecting. We do believe that probably it's most likely because of the story that there were people who believed this. Yes, because that's like I don't see I don't see how Christianity rises above any extra pro, like providing evidence than any other religion ever.
Okay, so let me just ask you, how much like evidence for this, or like how much have you looked into for the evidence of Jesus existing, like just as a historical character?
I've looked into this for a lot. For the last 8 years, I've done that
Okay.
pretty
So
much
you
all.
know about Tacitus, you know about Josephus, you know about Pliny the Younger, Suetonius.
Yeah, and none of them are people who wrote. None of them are people who wrote and were eyewitnesses to anybody that even was an eyewitness. All they did is write about there were Christians at this time that believed this, and part of Josephus's writings are even, contested as frauds actually by a lot
Okay,
of people. A lot of like
so when Tacitus writes, he doesn't just write about people believing in Christ or Christus, as he would say,
let's
right?
look at it. What did he write?
He
What did he write?
So if you look at his work, gosh, what is it called? Sorry, it's been a minute. I think it's like Annals or something. Um, let me look it up 1 second.
I don't have my phone with me.
Okay, I found it. In his work Annals, he describes how Emperor Nero blamed Christians for the fire of Rome and writes, Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of Pontius Pilate. So this isn't just describing Christians, this is describing a man who was known as Christ or Christus, who suffered extreme penalty at the
But is he telling the story?
He is a historian, so this
When
isn't
did
the
he live?
genre of like fiction
When
or
did Tacitus live?
116 AD, I believe, is when he wrote this.
116 AD. And Jesus died when?
In 33.
Okay. And so you think that Tacitus is an eyewitness?
No, he's a historian.
I don't like he's recording what people believed at the time. He's not. How could he record something that happened that he doesn't even have any?
This is what historians do, right, Robin? Like
Well,
historians
most
you don't have like history is a real field of study. You don't have to be an eyewitness to write history, like accurate history.
Yeah, but most historians require evidence of some thing like outside of like the thing like
Yeah, and I don't think that Tacitus would have been a respected historian if he just made up stuff without evidence.
But how is he? How can he? Like, what is it?
It seems to me like Robin, do you have this standard of history for every, or sorry, this standard of evidence for every historical character that we only believe things that was written about them from eyewitnesses, or do you believe about things about like Julius Caesar that was written from historians, or do you believe from people that weren't exactly eyewitnesses? Is this like a standard across the board?
I think that like most people in history don't affect my life and don't affect the lives of others enough.
So this is like a
Like it
special
matters
standard
whether they exist or not. So it don't really matter. Like I think that like most people in history, the closer you get, we have letters that they wrote, like from our ex presidents. We have letters where they wrote letters back and forth to other people, and so we have evidence of outside of just we have outside evidence. For Jesus, we don't. And like that's what I'm saying.
Well, to be fair,
but Jesus is supposed to be a God. Like he's not like a human that we're saying humans existed. This is a God who existed. Okay, that we don't have any other evidence for in history. We don't have we have evidence of other humans existing all throughout history. We don't have evidence of gods existing.
So to be fair, Robin, we do have evidence, but we just don't have this special standard of evidence which you say that you have because this affects your life so much. This special standard being I will only listen if it's from a direct eyewitness. That to me seems like an unfair high standard. I think people can come to a conclusion like many atheists do that sure Jesus was a historical person, maybe he didn't do these miracles and walk on water and raise from the dead. But I think it's an extraordinary claim to say there was no such person as Jesus because I only accept eyewitness evidence.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that. I actually hold to, I'm not a mythicist, so I hold to the idea that Jesus probably did exist, or
Okay, maybe I was misunderstanding you this whole time.
Well, I'm
It
just saying
sounded like
though
a
that
second ago you were saying there was no evidence for Jesus existing.
there isn't though. There isn't actually. But I can allow for the possibility and the probability of this person
How is
existing.
there a probability that
But that
Jesus
doesn't
existed
make him a
without any
god.
evidence?
Like you're not. I'm just saying there's no evidence that actually shows it exists. So like.
So why? How do you know he probably existed?
Well, because I think that it's very likely that people usually base stories on like there's a story based on him. That's fine. I'm okay to grant that.
Is that story evidence?
It's evidence that there was somebody that maybe that existed by that. That's not evidence of a god.
Okay, so there is evidence of Jesus
Or somebody resurrection from the dead. Or it's
Yeah, I understand
and
that.
other stories might even be evidence that people believed it, but it's still not evidence of the actual event.
That's fine. I understand that, Rod. And I'm sorry if it seems like I'm grilling you here. I'm not trying to just like
No, you're
pick on you.
fine.
I just like if we can. I was just trying to get at this kind of one step at a time. Like if we can agree that there is evidence that somebody named Jesus, who a lot of people thought did some great things. People called him a miracle worker. People called him these things. They believed he was more than just a man. That person that they're talking about actually existed, but we don't have evidence that he was God, that he did miracles and stuff. I think I'm more comfortable with you making that claim than to say that there is no evidence he existed, period. I think that's like a really strong claim to make.
Well, I think that this
evidence you're using.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. I've been hogging.
Say Robin, because he's switching between using evidence in like a scientific format versus like what he just did would be like evidence in like a courtroom too.
So a good question, Scott, you could ask is like, hey Brody, what do you mean by evidence? Unless you're not interested.
You've already stated what you think is evidence.
Well, I gave examples of evidence, but you seem to have assumed what I define evidence as.
I have a question. Is it fair to say that the only evidence we have of Jesus is eyewitness? As far as like I guess tangible evidence. I'm not talking about personal revelation because that can mean a lot of things.
I don't think there could be other kind of evidence.
No, I think there could. Like,
what are you thinking of?
So
what
I think
other kind of evidence are you thinking of,
It's
Enka?
a good point to say. Like, maybe you guys use a different definition.
Body.
When I say evidence, I mean anything that raises the probability of a claim. Or another way to think of it is something that's more expected, like a Bayesian view of evidence, like anything that's more expected under a hypothesis rather than a different hypothesis. So like, I think that like the rise of Christianity is evidence of Jesus existing. I'm not saying it's like definitive evidence, or you might even not even think it's good evidence, but I do think it's more expected. If this person Jesus existed, we would expect to see a movement following him, like the Gospels claim. I think
that's true of every religion in the world, though.
Yeah, and I think there is evidence.
They're not all
every
true.
religion
You've
in
already
the world.
denied all the others.
Yeah, I just don't think there's good. Like we can't be shy to say that there is evidence for something. Just saying there's evidence for something doesn't mean that that's proven, right? Evidence is just something that counts in favor of the claim. So I can say there is evidence of Buddhism, there is evidence of Islam, but that doesn't mean that I have to say that they're true.
Yeah, I think that's why Robin made the move to say good evidence rather than just evidence.
Yeah, and that's why I was trying to clarify if she was talking about evidence of Christ existing or evidence of like his divinity, and I
I
think I got
heard
the answer too. So
I heard this body, but the body of the apostles were around for a long time after their death. What kind of body are you looking for? Are you looking for the body of Jesus?
No, I was giving you an example, but for example, like artifacts that are undeniably testable. Maybe, for example, I don't know, like an example of a tissue that has DNA that only has a mother, the half of its DNA, some kind of a tangible, testable, um,
I understand the idea, but
physical test.
expecting DNA to be around for 2,000 years, I'm not sure you are. And then testing the DNA and expecting the DNA to have only half the information is also
Not half
something
of
that,
the information, but only half of human information, and then another
yeah.
half would be like something crazy and unexpected.
I mean,
Why?
I
Why
don't
should
think.
we expect that?
Yeah, I don't
That's the
know if
thing
Because
that.
about. Okay, so people often think that miracles goes against nature laws. So action of God on earth goes against the laws of nature. So what I propose to those people, I say, well, it is not yet known how it happened. We do not understand how it happened. I'm thinking of changing water into wine. We didn't know back then that about hydro. You know how you have those powder that you can put in water? How do you call that in English? Eupholisation.
Probably dye, something like that.
No, it's iophilization. Is it English?
Say the word
Anyway,
again.
What are you describing? Can you describe it again?
it's a powder. You know what powder milk? You get water, you do buttermilk, and then you get milk.
Pasteurization?
Oh, dehydrated. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say Jesus had a handful of dehydrated wine in his hand, kind of thing. We don't have the technology. We don't know what happens, but nevertheless, it is something that could have been the case because he knows how to make
Yeah,
powdered wine.
and Dionysius did it years before Jesus.
Yeah, and could have been the case. I mean, that's a pretty hard thing to make to like base your entire belief system off of something that could have possibly happened.
So you understand, Nka, when I say that this expectation of this evidence, this DNA evidence, where we expect to see something different than something natural, that would be not something that I would expect. Even if someone would come up to me and say, "Oh, this is Jesus' hair," I would be like, "Okay, cool. How did you know?" It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
about
I
the
mean,
DNA.
yeah,
exactly. Like we expect to see if it's someone supernatural, then if we should expect to find something that previously was not uh explained. Like we know a lot about DNA, and if we find a DNA that's in a tomb, or not in a tomb, because obviously he's said to be resurrected, but like in somewhere, I don't know, somewhere in the area that it makes sense to find it in, and that could be like, okay, we need to investigate further. So maybe that would be some. So, but what I guess what I'm trying to say is not that there needs to be that evidence, but there has to be some evidence. Some physical evidence would be much more convincing than
Eyewitness.
an account
Mm.
post-mortem account, of witnesses who didn't actually about witnesses by people who never met Jesus in
So the
person.
trouble I'm having here is about this question: what is the what other kind of evidence we should expect? And you say we should expect this DNA evidence. I would say no, we
It was
shouldn't.
just an
And
example of other
yes, I
type of
understand. But if you
evidence
have
that is
another
more
one than this one,
convincing. It's just evidence that's more convincing than eyewitness.
yes, what I'm pointing out is that there is no such thing that other evidence than the ones we already have. That's why I keep asking you for other kind of evidence that we should expect to see from someone like Jesus.
So do you think eyewitness testimony is better evidence, Luke or Brody? Because like the Mormon,
I'm sorry, Robin, you didn't hear what I said.
I
You
know,
were
but like
listening.
the Mormon, I was listening, but like I don't expect DNA test evidence. But like if you think eyewitness is better, the Mormons actually have affidavits, like signed by a court of law, where they actually claim to, so they have the actual people who signed the affidavits saying that they saw the golden tablets. That so like that there's like 5 of them, I think, is what they've got. 5 different affidavits legally signed in the United States by people who claim that they saw the golden tablets that Joseph Smith found. And so, like, isn't that better evidence than what we have for Christianity? That maybe you should be Mormons?
Affidavits are not expected evidence of things that happened 2,000 years ago. I'm sorry, you are not listening to what I was saying.
I'm just trying to provide you with something that's good evidence. Like, I don't think but in case y'all didn't know, Ron Wyatt claims to have found the DNA, Anka. There's a guy named Ron Wyatt who claims to have found the Noah's Ark, the Ark of the
Oh,
Covenant. He found like chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea, and he also claims to have found the DNA that was half human and half not, and only had the female DNA, no male DNA. That's what he claimed. You can
there you
always,
go.
yeah.
We need to examine those evidences.
Yes. Yeah. I
There's
just
been a
don't
lot of post shifting going on and special pleading going on from the Christians. That they're asking for evidence, then you give them evidence, then like, no, not that kind of evidence. And then what was it? They say that the whole Jesus thing. Oh well, these are people that were eyewitnesses. Oh well, we have eyewitnesses in Mormonism. Oh no, and for some reason that's not good enough. And then you want to goalpost shift to what is it? Suffering and being persecuted. And then you give examples of all kinds of other people who have been persecuted for their beliefs. Oh no, no, not that kind of persecution. Our persecution is more valid persecution. So there's all kinds of goalpost shifting going on here. I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist. Followers of Abraham are a blood cult of sin worshippers. Yahweh, Jesus, and Allah are desert war gods of hypocrisy, not the actual one true creator. The actual one true creator owns all names and words ever spoken. As such, we are all God. We are all a fractal extension of God.
Dark, why? Oh, did he just leave? Are you still here?
So are we all going to Shibalba?
I
Dark,
don't know where that is.
why do you
Sorry,
think we brought up the suffering aspect? Like,
Barbara.
Originally, you brought it up as a point of proof. Originally, you brought it up as, people wouldn't just make up suffering, but then you bring up other points like look at all the pagans that were killed for their beliefs. They were persecuted for their beliefs, and then you will goalpost shift to, oh well, they believed in someone that wasn't alive during that day, as in the ancient gods. So
yeah,
you,
respectfully, I don't think you understood the purpose of us bringing that up, or like followed the flow of the conversation very well. If that's your takeaway.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I was following the whole time. It's just special pleading out the ass on your side.
So
Yeah,
if
well, you're
hold on.
misrepresenting us, so that's why we believe that you weren't
So
following.
if
The way
you
you say it is not the way we presented it.
That's because I don't suck the Jesus dick, so I'm not going to present it in the
yeah,
same.
Luke, let's not
Yeah,
even engage with this guy. He's not.
that's the kind of people on the internet, you know.
Yeah.
What you expect? They do
Uh,
exist.
it's because you guys are trying to manipulate everyone into sucking the Jesus dick, and I say no, no, sir, I
This is
don't want the
so
Jesus dick.
disrespectful.
Yeah, fuck Jesus. How about that? I'll get disrespectful with it. I'm a classless heathen. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that you view that way, but like I just respectfully, I don't think that you understood why we brought up the points you brought up. You have a idea of how the conversation went in your mind, and then you try to slam dunk it with profanity, and I just don't think I don't think it's worth getting into because you're not really tracking at this point.
That's Travis' show for you.
Also ad hominem. Oh, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay,
I'm not
sure.
attacking your character. I'm attacking your argument. Like it seems like your argument against us just did not track at all the conversation that was just had, right? If anyone's attacking character, it's the one saying that we're trying to get people to suck Jesus's whatever. That's ad hominem.
No, that's what's going on. That's what with the entire Christian religion, all the Abrahamic religions.
Got it. All right. Anyone else got any thoughts?
I just think that, like I said, I don't think that we don't actually have really good evidence that a guy named Jesus existed, but plausible. It's very plausible. It's more. I think it's probably more plausible that a man named Jesus existed or inspired the character of Jesus. So
Right.
I do not pretend. I do not make the claim that Jesus did not exist, but beyond the fact that a human existed that people thought could do things, because there are stories about people turning water into wine long before Jesus was around. These are common, like some of the things that Jesus supposedly did are just tropes that we see from very many people in storytelling at that time. There were tropes about turning water into wine, healings, those kind of things.
Resurrection.
Yeah, resurrection even. There are a lot of other people who, according to claims that were made, are resurrected, including Nero, who has inspired the book of Revelation. No, Nero. And that story is about Nero. It's writings about Nero. He was like, there's at least three credible that we actually can record that where people claim that Nero rose from the dead 3 times.
What
One
what was the literary genre of Nero's story?
What was what?
Literary genre littéraire. I don't know how to say that.
Genre?
Genre? Yeah. Sorry.
Right, yeah. It's all right. You're understood.
Hey,
Probably Roman like documents. Like Nero was a Caesar at one time, so he's like
The
Roman.
genre, I think it's like an autobiography or something like that, or it's a biography.
But I don't think
His
Nero.
resurrection?
I don't think Nero was
Again?
resurrected. Like
Written as a biography, I think.
there's this
I haven't
there's
looked it
this
up.
book.
The resurrection of Nero was a biography when we talk about the resurrection of Nero?
You were asking about which genre it was.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there was
Did I hear
lots of
correctly or
stories like
did I
this.
misheard?
There were lots of stories like this. Is what my point. And so it doesn't
Robin,
like
I'm asking for the genre. Could you please allow me to
Wait, can
hear
I
the answer?
you're deflecting though from my point, Luke. Like
If it's not a historical genre, we don't care about those stories.
well, where is the historical genre's recording of Jesus?
The Gospels are in this genre.
Okay, the Gospels are anonymously written. They were anonymously written. We do not know who wrote the Gospels.
They can be fiction too.
Well, they
No,
might
the
be
way it is written, Anka, I'm talking about the genre. I don't know. Maybe it's a different word in English than genre, but that's what I'm asking for. Those are the story. Are they in the same genre, in the same type of writing? Are they fictional or historical? Are they claiming to be historical
biographies are historical. Yeah.
Yeah, but Simos, that's why I wanted to hear. So, are you saying that the Nero story was a biography? That's what you said.
It's
Did you hear
written
correctly?
as a biography. Yeah.
Okay, and Nero was the king, right?
Emperor.
Emperor. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Robin. Sorry, I just wanted to clear up that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, we don't. What's the genre of the book of Revelation?
Apocalyptic literature.
That's
Okay,
tricky.
okay.
So fiction. Is it fiction or historical?
It's apocalyptic literature.
Or prophecy, I guess you'd say.
But it was
What do you say?
we know it's about Nero.
Wait,
Yeah,
what does it mean, apocalyptical literature?
Yeah,
that there's an
that's not a
apocalypse
genre.
present?
So, yeah, well, I mean, if you read Revelations, it is talking about the apocalypse. It is talking about the end times.
It's prophecy.
It is prophecy, and it uses a lot of the same symbolism as Daniel's prophecies or the prophecies we see in Isaiah. But if you look at the Gospels, the reason why scholars classify this as a different genre, like Luke is saying, is because of the nature of the writing. The Gospels fit the genre of ancient biography. So you can say they were bad at keeping history, but you can't say this was the genre of fiction. We can talk about why they classified it as ancient biography, or like bios, I think is the Greek term for it. But you'd have to say like this, they're just really bad historians. You can't really say like this
Well,
is.
I know that Luke. I know you don't say it, but Luke says that there are fictional aspects to the gospel. He has the whole David 1, David 2. Kind of like
What do you mean? Where
mechanism
does
to
Luke say that there's
understanding.
fictional?
Right. So, I
But
mean,
no,
there
I'm
are
asking which part of
aspects.
Luke, like where does he say that it's fiction?
Who says?
You maybe I misheard you. It sounded like what you said was in Luke's gospel.
No,
He says that
not Luke's gospel. No, Luke, the our friend in the chat.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm saying that I know he left, so I won't mention too much, but I know that he said that there are fictional aspects to pretty much all the magical stories, like all the
Yeah,
supernatural stuff that happens. He says that there's some fictional aspect to it.
Yeah, I would disagree with him there. Can real quick, just because this is like a really interesting thing to me, and
Earlier he said there wasn't.
Maybe this will like cool the temperature a little bit because we were just talking about having fun and play. Okay, there's this book that was written about this this ship, this luxury British ocean liner, and it was like the largest ship afloat at the time. And it strikes an iceberg in the North Atlantic crossing, and in April it sinks, and it hit on the starboard side, and unfortunately there were too few lifeboats to save people, so there's a massive loss of life as a result of this. Have you guys heard of this book?
Yeah, and the name matches the Titanic even.
Yeah, the wreck of the Titan, which was 14 years before the Titanic. Isn't that? Have you guys heard about that? It sounds like Anka has.
Yeah.
Right, and your point
I haven't read the book though, so I don't know exactly.
No, but it's a fact.
Point.
Yeah, there's a book that was written that is almost that has a lot of similarities to the real event.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard about it. But your point is?
Well, my point is, if somebody was telling me, like, the Titanic is a real event, and my way to say, like, my argument against them was, no, there's other stories that have the same facts and the same ideas, therefore it can't be historical. That's not good evidence against it. In the same way, you can point to other examples of stories that involve turning water to wine, other stories that involve resurrection, but that's not good evidence against Jesus. I'm not saying that.
Well, the story itself
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
not a good evidence, but we also have the physical Titanic.
No, I know.
That's the difference.
I
It's very
understand.
different.
Like right
It's a
now, I'm
very
not
different.
talking. Right
It's
now,
not
I'm
a good
not.
analogy.
Okay, you guys are missing my point. My point is
Yeah, I've asked
when
you
we're
to make
bringing
it.
evidence against a claim. I'm not talking about what evidence do we have for the Titanic versus what evidence do we have for Jesus. I'm saying when you're arguing against something, I heard Robin and some people in here saying, "Oh, there's just a lot of other similar stories here." So, but like that's kind of an irrelevant fact. There can be other similar stories. That doesn't prove
Okay.
or disprove it.
Okay. So if we did, let's say we didn't have the Titanic, like let's say the Titanic, like we could not find it at all, and we didn't know anybody here alive. We didn't have any like eyewitness testimony. Would it be still okay to believe in the actual sinking of the Titanic? Would it be sufficient evidence?
Let's
If all we had was a story that matched a book, so like would that like do you see what I'm saying though? The fact that we
Yeah.
don't have the evidence like
So
we do
if we
in
had
the Titanic is what harms what makes the story
so if we had a
makes the
multitude of
evidence.
if we had a multitude of people from the year, let's see, when did the Titanic sink?
1912.
1912. Let's say we had like a multitude of people from between the year 1912 and 1930 that um, are they're all claiming that they lost loved ones to the Titanic. We don't have anyone who was actually on the ship, but we have a bunch of people who are saying they knew people who were on the ship. I think this would be pretty strong evidence. In the same way, we might not have people written who have seen Jesus die and resurrect, but we have a whole lot of people who say they knew people who were there.
Well, I mean, what people though? I think that a lot of times Christians go in with this like these okay like the 500 eyewitnesses that were supposed to be witnesses. Okay, but there's none of them named. It's a claim about 500 witnesses, and that's like so much of the evidence across Christianity is this
Yeah.
kind of evidence.
If you're looking
It
for
is
exact names,
stories about
Robin,
claims, and
if you're looking for exact names, if we look at somebody like Papias, he collected sayings from people who had personally heard from John the Elder. He mentions Mark the Evangelist. He mentions Matthew the Apostle. He mentions Peter. He mentions. So these stories are tied to named witnesses. These didn't come out of thin air.
well, I mean, I don't know about the named witnesses, but let's just say that I'll grant the existence. Like I said, I think it's more plausible that Jesus is actually inspired by an actual person, or that Jesus existed. I'm not, I mean, I don't think that necessarily the Jesus that was living in the first century was the Jesus, even that we read about in the Bible necessarily, even without the God claims. I mean, like I feel like that there was this person, this hero of the story, has been created over time by people. And once he died, then that probably gave people just a lot of like, just leeway on what they could say he did and said while he was alive, because he wasn't even there anymore to change the events. So like they could claim that he did a lot of stuff. We don't have any eyewitness testimonies of anybody that knew Jesus to say that Jesus did anything that is in the Bible. We just have like we have stories of people who claim to have known people who knew him.
Yeah.
See it. I mean, like it's just not good evidence, and especially not good evidence to believe in something like a God. To me, something that has to
Well,
violate something that has
I
to
wouldn't
violate
use
the
this
laws of
as
physics to exist, and has like you would expect for a God, there should be more evidence for Jesus than any
hey, look,
evidence
Dark
for
Knight
anything
learning
for God.
Hebrew.
It's just the
Good
other way
job,
around.
man. Um, yeah. So I think if we want to talk about like evidence for God existing, probably eyewitness evidence of Jesus would not be the route I would go. But I mean, since we're talking about this conversation right now, uh, I heard you ask me, or you made the claim that there were no named witnesses to Jesus
Yeah.
that we
Name
have, and I provided a half a dozen names, and then I think you switched to something else.
Let me go
Are
get
you
my phone because I don't have any way to fact check. But as far as I know, we have no eyewitness account of anybody, as far as I've ever been able
so
to
when
find,
you yeah,
anybody
so
that
if
claims
what
that
you're
says,
saying
wait a minute, anybody that says I knew Jesus. There's not anybody. There's not any writings from anybody who claims to have known Jesus.
right, yeah, and I would agree with that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay.
I'm not trying to dispute that. I'm not saying that we have a direct writing
Well,
from somebody
there's
who walked with
sorry.
Jesus.
Let me
What I'm
interrupt you a
claiming is
second
that
there. Yeah, let me interrupt you there. So okay, there's one kind of avenue which I've always felt is a little fascinating. Firstly, there's Paul on the road to Damascus who claimed that he heard Jesus. So in some sense, that's an eyewitness. Although hearing it's an ear witness, I should say. Uh, so that's one thing. And then the other thing which I found absolutely fascinating and totally confused me was that Paul claims to have spoken to Peter, right? So that is somebody who allegedly spoke to an eyewitness of Jesus, but then he claims not to have got his teachings about Jesus from Peter. He claims to have got them through divine revelation.
But which
So
which
hang on, hang on,
one of his
hang on,
books does he
hang on,
say
hang
that
on,
in?
hang on, hang on. So that means, right, that Paul didn't trust an eyewitness of Jesus to give him the correct teachings of Jesus. And he had to get it through divine revelation. I think he goes out of his way to say that he didn't get his teachings from Jesus through Peter. He actually got them
yeah,
through divine revelation. So it's like little anomalies like that make me just go, hang on, something's not quite right about the story. Now, I'm not saying that that's proof that Jesus didn't exist or anything like that. But I'm just saying it's very suspicious that the one person who could have attested an eyewitness account of Jesus and his teachings failed to get that information.
yeah. So he was not the one person that met with an eyewitness. There was many that have connections to the eyewitnesses. He did speak with Peter, that is true, but he never denied Peter's authority. What you're kind of extracting
I
that
didn't say
from.
anything about that.
Well, you said that it's interesting to you that he met with
hmm
Peter, but he says
Yeah.
that the message he's giving did not come from Peter, and to you, your conclusion is therefore he didn't trust Peter.
Well, no, he didn't write down what Peter told him. And this is the guy closest to the time of Jesus, writings closest to the time of Jesus allegedly. And he speaks with an actual eyewitness and then fails to say, oh yeah, Peter told me this about Jesus and that about Jesus and that about Jesus, but I've got my own teachings about Jesus and they come from divine revelation.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's fine. That's not like I don't see a problem in that. Like
Okay,
I
if you don't see a problem, you don't see a problem.
but yeah, I mean,
Okay
it
then.
seems like
We
if your
can leave it there.
conclusion is that that the reason he didn't quote Peter is because he didn't trust him or because he didn't view him as an
I don't
authority.
know his motivation. I don't read
Well, I
minds.
mean, it's clearly we can clearly rule those out given Paul's other writings. We can clearly rule out the idea that Paul
But
didn't think that Peter was an apostle with authority who was spreading the truth. Paul repeatedly affirms Peter's authority. So I don't know what conclusion you're
uh,
drawing from
but
that.
we don't know about the truth that Peter was spreading because Paul didn't write it down. That's the point I'm making.
Well, Mark did.
How do you know what Mark
Mark
wrote?
didn't
Because
mention
Mark
Peter
wasn't
though,
written
did
by
he?
Mark.
No, we get this from Papias, right? So Papias says that Mark the
Well,
evangelist wrote
Papias
down Peter's
didn't meet
wrote
Peter
down.
either.
No, no. So
No, there's only one person that wrote closest to Jesus. Right? The Gospels are written decades later, at least.
Yes.
Right?
yeah.
70. Like 70
Okay.
is 50
So
to 70
the only
votes.
person we know of for sure that met an eyewitness to Jesus allegedly is Peter.
That's not true.
Right.
And like 6 of Paul's writings aren't even considered genuine anyway. Like
That's another point.
they're
But yeah,
very contested. Yeah,
it's try and focus on one point here.
I know, but like we don't even know what Paul wrote.
Yeah, we know some of what Paul wrote, but that's besides the point. Right now is that he's the one that spoke to Peter and didn't transmit any of what Peter said about the life of Jesus. I find that a little conspicuous by its absence.
Yeah, well, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Well, unless it's expected.
The thing that would be expected.
And if you're right, and he respected Peter's
I don't.
authority, then I
Yeah.
guess he should be thinking about asking questions about Jesus. And
There's no reason to assume that he
especially
didn't.
what happened to him about the
No,
resurrection.
the only thing that you have is that Paul never quoted Peter, and you're drawing all sorts of conclusions from that. Oh, he must have not
No,
asked
you
Peter any
don't know what
questions.
conclusions. You don't know what conclusions I'm drawing of it. Just the same as
No,
I'm
you.
not drawing
Oh, sorry,
conclusions about
you
what
just said. You just said that Paul didn't ask Peter any questions. That is a
I did
conclusion
not.
you're
I
drawing.
didn't. No, you're lying. I did not say that.
Let's roll back the tape.
Yeah, please go and roll back the tape and find a place where I
You
said
said it's
that because I
curious
didn't.
that the one person who knew an eyewitness didn't ask him any questions.
I did not say that. No.
All right, I must have misheard you. What is curious to you?
Yeah. Okay. So please don't misrepresent me like that in the future. Right. So yeah. So what I actually said was it's curious that the one person that met an eyewitness, right, did not write down anything that he was said by that eyewitness about the life of Jesus.
Okay.
And
Why is that expected?
he had strong motivation to find out about who Jesus was. He'd already had a divine intervention on the road to Damascus, allegedly.
Did find out who Jesus was through Peter.
You don't know that because he didn't write it down.
But we don't know that he didn't.
But we don't know he did.
So then what is your point?
Like I just told you, right? He had motivation.
Okay, let me just try this one more time. What I hear you saying is we would expect that if Paul knew an eyewitness, that he would use Peter as a source of information, correct?
No, that he would say, this came from an eyewitness. This is an eyewitness testimony. I'm writing it down here so people can understand that this is part of the teachings of Jesus.
Yeah, well, Paul didn't do that because Paul had an experience with Jesus himself.
Where did Jesus touch him?
On the road to Damascus. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I think it's curious that for a start,
look,
Paul doesn't mention things like, well, of course, Jesus was born of a virgin. That shows he was God. Or he was resurrected. That shows he was God.
Sure. I mean, I think you can.
These things are highly expected from someone who's motivated to pass on the truth. To pass on the truth of who this person was. To pass on the truth of who this person was.
Yeah, but that's not
as a divine being. If you can let me get to the end of the sentence
why
without
would
interrupting, Brody.
That's just like, that would be very unexpected to me. Like Paul was
highly motivated. It's not unexpected. So.
But Paul was not writing biographies. Paul was not writing, this is a collection of the stories and experiences of the life of Jesus that I received from He wasn't writing another gospel. Paul was writing epistles to churches with instructions. So it would be kind of weird for him to include the birth narrative in his letter to Galatia or his letter to Ephesus. That's not unexpected to me that he didn't include these details. I don't know why you'd expect those.
Because he spoke to Peter.
Yeah, but he's not writing a biography.
Right. Sure. I think he would be motivated to at least write down the facts that he found out.
All right. Well, if you think that he would have been motivated,
that inspired him to lead the church forward.
Yeah, the birth narrative is not what inspired Paul to lead the church forward.
Clearly.
The overarching point that Simus was trying to make was that this is literally the only person that supposedly had secondhand contact with Jesus through Peter, and this was the person. He did not derive his teachings through that person, but rather claimed some kind of divine revelations, right? And for one thing, divine revelation. See, the Bible is a fuck. What do they call it? Damn it. Idol. The Bible is an idol. The Torah is an idol. The Quran is an idol because they claim to be the exclusive source of divine revelation, but they are not the source of divine revelation. Our divine sovereignty is the source of divine revelation, and our divine sovereignty is our inseparable connection to the active one true creator.
Oh, okay. Let's not start preaching, please.
I'm not thinking I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist, and I'm making a clear distinction, which is very different from Abrahamic religions. See, Abrahamic religions would have you believe that the Bible is the source of divine revelation. And I'm letting all of you guys know, no, actually, the Bible is an idol. It is not the source of divine revelation. We have divine revelation within each and every one of us. We do not need a mediator of divine revelation. We are the source of divine revelation within each one of ourselves, is
Well,
the point.
that's just an opinion. That's not
Yes.
backed up by anything.
Well, I see that's exactly the point. I don't need it to be backed up by anything such as a writing.
You
I
have
don't need.
unfalsifiable claim.
Oh, actually, I'm writing a book full of falsifiable claims. I got all kinds of falsifiable claims. That's just part of the basis of it.
But you can't reject one disputed theological story by creating another, just like without, it's not even the question here. We are talking about the Bible. We're not talking about alternative texts or any kind of alternative beliefs. We're trying to figure out why Christianity is in question here, but not by replacing it with another story that we'll have to dissect and figure out.
I believe the point of the entire call today was, does man create God? And that's kind of what I'm circling around to. And
Okay, so you created the God?
Do what?
Did you create the God?
Yes. I created. We are all God.
Yeah, I was going to say, please, we are all gods.
Yes.
Okay. All
We're all
right.
an extension of God. And that circles back around to, how does one define God? Right? I do not believe in a supernatural God. There's no such thing as supernatural. I believe in an entirely naturalistic God, which is a version of the one true creator that is aside from the dogmas and scriptures of the broken theology of Abraham.
Is that like a Spinoza God?
There's similarities and parallels to the Espinoza God, but there's also differences. There's all kinds of differences. I'm writing the book on it.
Okay. All right.
I just wanted to jump in and clarify that they base their divine revelation off of the Bible, and you do not need a book to stand on to base your revelation off of, because we all have that inseparable connection to the one true creator inside of us. We are all the basis of our own revelation. We do not require a book to give us power or authority. We have that power and authority from our own divine sovereignty.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the Christians do claim natural revelation as well. But that's fine.
Yeah, but they only claim natural revelation that is aligned with their holy books, though. Because if you claim any kind of natural revelation that is not aligned with their holy books, then they will totally dismiss that.
Yeah, but that's like a metaphorical game after that, really. You're just reinterpreting words to mean other words, And that's fine. That's fine. That's what people do.
Well, yeah, I pull it right out of my own ass, though. I don't pull it out of
No,
the
hey, look,
Bible.
I'm not trying to criticize you personally or anything like that, right? I would never criticize you guys personally, you know, unless you start calling me,
Oh
unless
God,
you start
that's
doing
funny, Dave.
calling strange me shit to me. But no,
He pulled
I
me
look,
right off
I
the
just think,
path. He
I just think
admitted.
some. Say again, Robin.
I said he said he pulled it right out of his own ass.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it too.
I don't care where you pull it from. It's none of my business. I'm an atheist.
I know.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit to me.
But have you ever heard have you ever heard such an admission? I love
It's
it,
anally
Dave.
I have,
inspired.
yes. I have heard such an admission, yes.
Really?
Of course, yes. I've been around donkey's years doing this. Nothing new under the sun, as they say.
Just wait till
Uh,
you read my book. You'll still find something new. I promise.
okay, okay. I can wait. I can wait.
Let me get your email, Simus. Can I get your
Y-
email?
yeah, finish your book first, and then we'll talk. All right.
Well, I'm going to be sending out a rough draft here pretty soon, probably a couple weeks.
Okay. Yeah.
You can get it
We'll
to me,
see.
Dave. I
We'll
can get
see.
it
Yeah,
to him.
it's not something I want to go through. To be
Eh,
honest, I've heard we're all God before. It doesn't really impress me too much, but we'll see. We'll see. Get a few other people to read it first, and then I'll talk to them, and then I'll say, okay, it's worth reading or not.
Sure.
Let's hear what the critics have got to say first. That's all. Yeah. I just think that it's tough to write a book which is and I'm not putting you down. I'm not saying you haven't done this, but it is tough to write a book which is coherent when it comes to talking about such things as God, right? Especially when it comes to the supernatural. And if you don't claim that it's supernatural, then it's just trivial. So I'm not that interested.
So you're only interested in the supernatural proposition of God, even though you don't accept the supernatural.
That's what makes me an atheist. Yeah, my definition of God is something which is more than just someone saying that the word God means something which is natural. Yeah. If naturalism is your God, then I'm a believer because I believe naturalism is the true epistemology. Yeah.
Well, that would be reducing it to just call it naturalism. Well, it is a naturalistic monism.
Right. Okay. That's fine then. That's fine.
Oh, you'll hear about it. Don't worry, Simus. You'll hear about it.
I'm not dismissing it out of hand. I mean, I will listen to what you have to say and stuff. I'm saying that I've heard these claims before and they've been found wanting, but that's fine. You may be the exception.
I absolutely am. I have all kinds of falsifiable predictions and testable claims because it's actually split up into theology and a theory. The theology is for the theists, and the theory is for the atheists and empiricists.
Okay, that's good. Well, I hope it's a little stronger than there'll be rumors. There'll be rumors of wars.
Yep, wars and rumors of wars.
Because that kind of prophecy doesn't impress me much.
No, it's not prophecy. It's actual predictions, and it's a lot of scientific predictions and technology. Yeah.
Right.
What
Well,
about
that's not to do with God, then, is it?
Well, actually, it does. It all depends on what you call God and how you define.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's trivial. If you just call man God, that's trivial.
Well, it depends on how you define it, because we are all a fractal extension of God. How can the all
Well, what
living?
do you mean by God? That's circular. You can't just say we're all God, but at the same time we're all some, united cosmic force called God. That doesn't work.
Well, okay. Well, the singularity omnimatrix is actually my favorite term. God is just a generic that I'm going to take back from the followers of Abraham.
Okay, I don't know what an omnimatrix is, I'm afraid.
It's a fractal singularity omnimatrix. A fractal is a self-similar expression.
Yeah. I know what a fractal is.
Okay, well, let's together that you said you didn't know what it was. So
Well, I know not all of those words mixed together. I know what they all are individually, but they don't make much sense, right? So we're all abstract objects if we're fractals.
Just to bring back our discussion about
Okay, sorry, Anka. Yeah,
inventing
go ahead.
gods. No, no, I'm listening, but there's really not much anyone can contribute here because it's every word will have to be dissected, and it feels kind of unfalsifiable at the moment. But anyway, I'm trying to bring back to the idea of, we humans create God. And one of the things that I find also kind of like evidentiary for that kind of activity or phenomena is the fact that everyone has their own version of Jesus. There's white Jesus, there's black Jesus, there's a Chinese or Asian looking Jesus, and it seems to me that it is yet another how to say yet another point in the idea that people create deities according to what is familiar to them, both culturally and geographically. And just the fact that even Jesus, who is not supposed to be white, is depicted as being white in many Western cultures, is like a sign of his fictionality. What do you guys
Great.
think?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think I can't remember which Greek philosopher it was, but if the horses had God, they'd paint them as horses.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Like Brody, for example, when you think of Jesus, do you think of like a Middle Eastern looking man with probably short hair? Because at that time, long hair was viewed as undesirable, I guess, or uh, against what God wanted. So, like in most depictions of Jesus, he has long hair.
Mhm. Yeah, I think when I think of Jesus, it's very like Jesus's appearance. I think it's very influenced by the culture I was brought up in and the pictures of Jesus I was shown. Um, I think I was I think I was in 8th grade when I realized or I learned that Jesus wasn't white.
Yeah.
So I think that, but unfortunately, since this is the picture I've had of him my whole life, I think if I were to just like if you were to say Jesus, and the picture that would pop into my mind would still be the warped uh, Western idea of Jesus, even though I logically know that's not true. It's just kind of stuck with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that it because stories get passed around, and of course people reference what they know. Stuff very similar stuff happens with like if you guys seen these medieval paintings of animals where the European artists didn't know how like an elephant looks, and they only drew them from the description of the actual travelers who went to India, Africa, and they saw elephants and they tried to describe them. But since the artists that drew them had no actual reference, they came up with like the best they could think of. So they drew like trumpet, where the trunk is, and they gave them like long hoofed legs, and so they look very, very how to say, distorted. And it's because it was drawn in context of in the information that was given to them, but it was like a telephone game. And but just to kind of like play the devil's advocate, elephants do exist, but the the characterization of elephants before we were able to study them properly, they were almost like a mythological creature. And so
I agree in a lot of ways. It's very similar to how unicorns and rhinos.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Lots of speculation is that people saw rhinos forever and a half ago and were like, that has one horn and therefore is a unicorn. And then somebody else later was like, no, unicorn's like a fucking horse and shit. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking about.
Yeah.
It's pretty much just like a retcon of fucking stories because somebody went and drew one forever and a half ago off a description and was just like, there you go.
I think the same way that, human beings have crudely tried to draw what they think an elephant might look like without ever actually seeing one. But there really is an elephant out there. I think that any image we put, not just of Jesus, but any image we create of God is necessarily an anthropomorphism. It's kind of drawing God as we know beings to be, which is to have a head and arms. And even the descriptions we see of God in the Bible is as if he has like a right hand and he walks and stuff like that. I don't think that demonstrates that God doesn't exist, but maybe that it demonstrates our lack of comprehension or ability to put it into words or pictures.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, but technically they could also be describing things like aliens, like they couldn't quite
Well, we can just go further
understand
into the
what they
analogy.
are. Sorry, what?
And we could just go further into the analogy. That's just like 100%. There are people who saw something that they saw. They went, okay. I give you a basic description of it. I had a personal experience of this animal, and this animal was like this, and it did this, and it was like that, and it did that. And then that person takes their personal experience and creates something in reality based off of that personal experience. Now, that personal experience isn't exclusive to this person, like a lot of gods or deities are. When we went out and got people better at drawing and could send them to where they had elephants, or we got elephants, we found out that there wasn't a need for that extra caricature or that reference to it. We just found out, oh, it happens to definitely be an animal, and this is the correct, way to go about painting it or drawing it. There, with God, it seems like it's always another. Oh well, it's just beyond the veil, guys. It's right there.
Well, I think we're great at
Every time we get
drawing
another.
physical
Okay.
things. I think it might be just the nature of things that are non-physical that it's difficult for us to draw them. If I were to ask you to, draw gravity, you might have a very tough time drawing it. And then I could say, well, are you just saying it's beyond the veil? No, it's just kind of the nature of drawing that we tend to
No,
only
but
be able to
there's
draw
also.
visible things.
I mean, it's not that hard to draw gravity. I mean, you can't draw what gravity is because we don't have a way to see gravity as and what it is.
Exactly, that's my point.
But the way that we see gravity is reflected in the way that I would draw gravity.
Well, you can draw the effects of gravity, sure, and maybe I could draw the effects
Which is
of
all we can
God.
see
You
anyway.
can draw like the magnetic field. It's not really like a physical thing, but
But okay, maybe my analogy wasn't perfect, right? But you understand the point that I'm getting at is saying that, your inability to draw something invisible isn't exactly a tick against its existence, is my point.
No, but you have to. But it was based off of something, right? And the only difference is
Wow.
we found out an elephant was based off of an animal in reality, and we haven't found any evidence that there might be a god.
It's not exactly true.
Yeah, but you're just arguing that things that are invisible can't be clearly seen.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. It might sound very like a truism, but I think I'm pointing out I'm kind of that's the argument I'm making, is that it's kind of a
Yeah,
truism
but
on your guys' part.
that's against the Bible because it says things that are invisible can be clearly seen.
Yeah.
Things that are visible can be seen?
Clearly seen.
Wait, invisible or visible?
Invisible.
Wait, you'll have to show me what verse you're talking about.
Okay, I'll find that for you. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Carry on, guys.
Yeah, no, but I think like the point you're making is like, look, even if we did a bad job at drawing the idea of an elephant, there still was a real thing we could go verify called an elephant.
Yeah, and it's not.
But
And the thing is that it wouldn't just be me that could verify it, or you that could verify it, or people within your group that share the same type of
yeah,
experience as you had. Anybody could go look at the fucking elephant.
yeah, and I think like the same way that like anybody can, even though nobody on Earth can see gravity, we can all verify the existence of gravity through our everyday experience. And I think the same is true for God. I think there's evidence for God's existence in our everyday experience, that is not just unique to each individual person, like something like special revelation.
Oh,
I
can you
think
give an
like,
example?
yeah, like I think the existence of moral values and duties, the moral obligations, our moral intuitions, like these are things that this is just one example of evidence for God that I
We have
think
very
everybody
different
has
moral
access.
intuitions.
Why do you
I
need
don't,
God for intuitions?
let me let me get to my computer real quick if we're gonna have this conversation, because I'm like doing dishes.
No, you don't even have to like get like mad into it if you can finish your dishes. I'm just like, I'm not trying to like grill you.
No, you're good. I mean, it's a fair question. I just want to give you like a thought out answer and not just like a, because I've written about this. Um, so when I say that God is the best, so first of all, I believe that objective moral values and duties exist. Objective
Okay.
meaning like they it's like a truth about what is moral or immoral that does not depend on any individual or societal beliefs, feelings, or preferences. So I think that we encounter these moral facts in our daily life, and this is
Mhm.
like, even if it's something we can't see, it's something that we experience. We all experience moral intuition, and we run up against these moral facts. So,
I want to
if you
lightly.
want to take that for granted and just jump to like, well, how does this prove God? We can or evidence
No,
for
I
God. We can go to
actually
that.
would
But
like to
I
know
want to lightly put back.
exactly.
I just want to push back on one thing,
yeah.
and then go. Was it? I just want to say, uh, do the moral truths come from God?
When you say come from, I'd really need to know what you mean by that.
Uh, do the moral truths are they in existence because of God and His will?
They're like an emergent property. If God exists, then there exists these moral values and
Yeah.
duties. The same
Yeah,
way
the
that
moral
like if
do
water
they
exists,
do
then
they
wetness exists.
well, okay, so you're tying the moral values intrinsically to his existence without him having to do anything with it.
That's
Like
correct.
he, I've okay. I don't. I feel like it's a bit. But I'm gonna think on that. Go ahead.
Well, all right. Who's next? That's fine. You can think on that.
Brody, when you say that more objective morals exist, do you mean that they exist inside of the person, or there's like a nebulous, like, I don't know, cloud out there of morality? Like,
Well,
are they imprinted in some way that we can like detect them or something?
yeah. So I'll use it. I'll say let's use the analogy of sight and the elephant. Okay. So like I have these senses, and one of them is sight. And me viewing something like an elephant out there is two things are happening. One, my senses are like alerting me of something. Like there is, my senses, my sight is alerting me there is something outside of myself that's triggering or imposing upon me this experience. I think the same is true for moral intuitions. We have moral intuitions that can detect these moral truths that we experience every day. The truth is the thing that's objective. The
Are they
intuition is the
universal?
subjective part. Objective just when I say objective, I just mean that they do not depend on an individual's beliefs, feelings, preferences. They're mind independent, so they're not dependent on me acknowledging them. The same way that like an elephant, it doesn't disappear when I look away.
Can you
You know,
name
he,
one? Name
So
one of these things.
if they're not mind dependent, where are the morals?
Well, when you say where are, do you mean spatially?
Well, yeah, because if they're not in the mind, then where are they?
Yeah, so I don't think that they exist spatially because they're not like physical, right? I would say that they're like a non-physical quality that these
Okay,
things have.
but they are part of our mind.
Well, our mind identifies them the same way that like my sight can identify objects that are out there. Um,
And when you
but that
say
doesn't.
objective, how do I have both objective morals and also personal morals?
Well, you don't have morals. You recognize morals. This is kind of like the problem with the way that we talk about morality. I kind of wish there was like a different way to put it. Like I would say that Anka, you have maybe um, your own system of understanding, but what you're understanding is like a feature of the world. Like when I'll give you just some very concrete examples, right? Um, if if I let's say that like I'm at the park and there's like some kids playing, okay, and there's like an adult who's in a rush and he tramples over a child. When I see that, I don't need to reason or consider my moral code or run it through the Pangburn AI to run the analysis about if this is right or wrong. I just as quickly as I'm able to identify an elephant, I'm able to identify that something wrong has just occurred, and my body reacts to it. I think that the wrongness is a real feature of something that happened that you are identifying. It's something outside of yourself that your internal senses are reacting to. The same way that the elephant is something outside of yourself that your internal senses are reacting to. So there is
I
like a
think you're
subjective part, which is like the feeling you have, but your feeling is reacting to something that is objective, which is outside of yourself.
Well, I wonder if that means that I don't think that intuition's true then though, because then like you can't, or I guess in this case the person watching the kid get trampled doesn't have all the information of the situation. We do see this person looks to be in some sort of rush or in some sort of hurry and tramples a kid. You notice that part, and that makes sense. But we find out that he trampled a kid to get over on which he wasn't, shouldn't have done, to go stop some much larger kid from beating the shit out of his kid. And while it wasn't cool for him to trample that, he was doing it for a reason that makes 100% sense and is lightly justifiable.
So wait, I missed. I'm so sorry. I missed like the first half of what you said. Are you saying that there's like a reason for him? Like maybe he was like in a
Well,
rush
I'm
or
saying, well,
something?
you don't. I'm saying that when your intuition about your morals goes off because of what you saw,
Mhm.
your lack of information about the general situation means your intuition, just because you felt morally obligated or you felt you recognized a moral
Oh, sure,
situation,
sure.
it
Yeah,
doesn't mean
yeah.
that it means that your intuition about your morals and the types of ways that you feel like you're like receiving them and that they're like, a part of you intuitively can be madly incorrect, and it would be really
Yes.
weird that we have
Yes.
this metaphysical spiritual connection to these like all like these omni morality, and then we try to put it to a system that has incomplete information.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
so when you're
if things were going to be truly and morally intuitive, you would
right.
know, oh well, then there's no reason for me to freak out because the situation makes sense, he's going to save his kid.
Yeah, I think that what you're bringing up is the way that our moral intuitions can be misled when we are missing certain pieces of information. So if all I see is the trampling part, but I don't know the full picture, I might have that anger that rises up in me and responds a certain way, but I'm actually not tracking the situation properly. This is evidence to me that morality is objective because there is a situation and I can properly track it. If it was just something that was subjective, there'd be no meaning in the
No, no,
word
properly. No, in this
properly
case, you
track it.
improperly. In this
Well,
case,
I
you
know
improperly.
in the same way that with physical things, our vision can be, if you ever look at optical illusions, when we don't have all the full information to us, our vision can be misled. That doesn't mean that there is no such
No, but
thing
you
as.
can. No, but the difference is you can when you're. Yes, of course, our senses can be fooled by things, but I think the difference is when we're talking about our senses, we're talking about these. physical laws that we understand to like a really strong degree, and your morality intuition is like magic that is interacting
No,
with.
no. I don't think that works as a response for this. Listen to what I'm
I mean,
saying. Okay?
you can say that, but that's
Well,
fine.
listen to what I'm saying. Pointing out that you can be misled is another way of saying you're not tracking the situation properly. You're not identifying all the facts, right? So if what you're
No,
saying
that doesn't
is
mean you can have as you can be told all of the facts that are necessarily in front of you and not have them. That doesn't mean you're not tracking them. I mean, you can be unaware of them without having to
well,
think that you need to
okay,
track them.
if you're unaware of them, the facts still exist outside of your mind that to be unaware of. Like you're not proving that it's subjective by
No,
saying that.
well, no, well, if I wanted to, well, the reason why I took a second to think earlier about it at all is because from every understanding that I have, or I've heard a lot of, for when it comes to any kind of the Abrahamic sets of gods or any kind of those deities, is that the mind of God was it is just like because he has the triomnies is essentially tied in to the morality and all of that. Is it if the mind of God works and understands morality and doesn't change it because of its triomni abilities, then it is essentially coming from its subjective experience.
It is
So
mind
I don't,
dependent. Yeah.
yeah, it is mind dependent from God. I don't care that he's the creator of everything in this instance. It's still a subjective set of ideals
Sure.
and morals, even if it comes from him.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting conversation to get to. If you don't mind, I'd like to stay on this part of the conversation just a little bit longer.
We
think
Um,
can, but that was, I just wanted to let you know that's where I was
I
originally getting to.
yeah,
But
thank you.
continue.
No,
think the
that's
way
helpful.
you're describing morality, like objective morality, is the way we describe like capital T truth. Like there's a way to see the world. If we had all the like omni tools to observe the world, we would get closer to like the capital T truth. We cannot grasp it fully because we have limited instruments and observation capacity. Like I cannot see uh, you know, a star exploding somewhere in the universe
Yeah.
and look at my dog at the same time. So I don't have the grasp of capital T truth. And I think you're kind of like describing objective morality as some kind of like, moral existing out there. And we're just like seeing it through our different lenses.
Yeah, I think the same way that it makes sense to say, um, I can't see everything right now because I have a limited vision. I'm not denying the existence of an external world just because I can't see it. I think the same thing is true with moral truths. That there are certain things I can recognize and be sure of that is wrong or that is virtuous, that my moral intuitions can track. But just because I'm not aware of all things doesn't mean that it suddenly becomes subjective. It's still those facts still exist outside of my mind, proven, which given what you guys are arguing, that you don't have all the facts. If it was subjective, well, you would have everything you need. You would have all the facts. I mean, because they're all internal.
Right.
But I think you guys, by pointing this out,
I think
you're
that's
No,
unknowingly
I
agreeing
actually
with
do
me.
think that morals are internal. Yeah. It's
So
your
do you
own
think that?
well,
mind.
morals are subjective, is because I think the difference is that the morality that I'm trying to build, at the very least, I can't speak for anybody else in this room, doesn't require any of the things that are required there. I reasoned with myself in rebuilding my morality and why it's not okay to kill somebody. Not just because it doesn't feel good, not just because of all this other bullshit. I literally sat down and I thought about why it wouldn't be all right to kill somebody, and I reasoned my way through, and I found, yeah, it's not cool to kill
Yeah,
people.
but you know as well as I do, when you sit down and you reason about things, these thoughts just like they come to you. You receive them, you land on them. You don't choose your thoughts and choose your beliefs. So you can't exactly take credit as if this is something that you willfully constructed.
I totally can. I think there's a difference between will and free will. When these thoughts enter my mind, I've got the capability of doing whatever I want with them, including ignoring them, taking them incredibly seriously, discounting them, connecting them to other ideas other people have had, and expanding upon them.
Can I pause you right there?
I don't.
I actually think this is a feature of morality that I would staunchly like disagree with you on. I don't actually think we can turn off our moral impulses. I think that our moral impulses seem to impose upon us even when they're inconvenient. Like the
I would
same way that
disagree.
when
I,
the
I
sa-
agree with
so
you, but I think
so
it's
like
a
even
social
Listen,
pressure.
people do terrible shit all the time.
yeah, but that's not because they choose to not feel moral intuition or moral impulses. This
Some
isn't
people
something that you
legitimately don't.
so I like the example I brought up about the adult rushing and trampling over a child, or another example would be like if I'm hungry and I only have money for my meal, I still can't shake the sense that I should give to the hungry beggar, even though that's really inconvenient for me. It's not like something I can just wish away that feeling. I can just think about it and make it not exist. It's just it
You believe that
imposes on me.
everybody has that feeling.
I'm not saying everybody has that feeling. I'm saying the nature of that feeling doesn't align with the way you're describing it. It's not something I came up with and I can just wish away like
Well, this is the
an
nature of your
imaginary
feeling, not the
tree.
nature of a feeling.
What's that?
But Brody, someone like me who doesn't believe in God would explain this by evolutionary
Yeah,
psychology.
so Anka, sorry, I'm really sorry to cut you off. I feel
Sure.
like I'm right now. I just want you to realize like your position, I would respond to much differently than Berger's position, because
That's fair.
I can't have two conversations at once. I think like it's what both of you are saying is very different. So um, Berger's saying that this is imaginary. It's something we invent in our minds, and I'm saying no. These moral impulses impose upon us even when they're inconvenient. I don't choose
Yeah,
or
and I think
reason
that's an evolutionary. I think Anka's getting into that's an evolutionary psychology like
right,
standpoint that
which you would
we
disagree
know
with.
why. Well,
You
I
would
mean,
disagree with
we
that.
can, but evolution by itself is pretty hard to disagree with. Evolutionary psychology, that's a little bit easier to disagree with.
No, you're saying that you sat down and invented these things. That's not
No, I
evolution.
didn't say invent. Hold on a second. I did not say invent. I
You
said
said created.
I reasoned through and came to my own particular conclusion. I didn't invent morality. I
Okay,
know that
where
people had come.
does it come from? Biology and evolution?
What, morality? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then you guys do agree then. So when you sat down on the edge of your bed and you thought about your moral system, why it's wrong, you just received these ideas from your evolutionary.
I thought about all of the other reasons why people said it was wrong. I
Okay.
compiled a lot of them, and I went back and forth. I tested. I was like, "Is this a really good reason for this, and why?" And I literally came to my own particular conclusion out of
Yeah.
those, and I went, "This is the one that I align with the most," and I'm
My
cool with that.
so the interesting thing is like when I look at my experience, and maybe you resonate with this, maybe we have different experiences, but I doubt we do. Um, when I witness atrocities in, or what I would consider to be atrocities in my daily life, when I see a video of like the killing of George Floyd, for example,
Hmm.
I did no such reasoning like you did.
Hmm.
I just immediately identify it and feel it as if like I'm putting my hand on a hot stove. It's like a reaction like, "Oh gosh, that's awful." Right? So I understand that you're saying you had to sit and reason, but when you're actually confronted with evil, there is a
Oh
moral
no, this I
impulse.
mean, yes and no. It really depends. Like I'm more willing. I'm more likely to have a moral impulse about somebody like torturing a dog or something than like hurting a person
Yeah,
or
but
like.
okay, good, good. When you see somebody torturing a dog, you don't need to sit there and reason,
Well,
let me
no,
just
I have reason. I mean, I have reason. The exact reasonings why I'm not okay with it.
yeah,
I
but
don't
being
like this. I don't like
but
this idea that I've got this caveman system inside of my body that's going, "Ooh, thing happened, brain juice tickle." I'm going to reason my way through it. And what it is I understand what pain is. I'm sympathetic to it because
when
I've felt pain.
when
When
did
I
you
see
do this
something else in
reasoning?
pain, I understand that, oh wow, that system is going through something much similar to I do, and I don't like when it's going through that. And this thing doesn't have the ability to reason on a higher level. A thing that does have an ability to reason on a higher level is hurting it. So there's many, many things wrong with it. And the reason why I can reason that, the reason why it matters, is because instead of just looking at something and go, "Brr, that makes me furious," I can explain my thoughts.
That's fine that you can explain them, but my point is that before you ever did any reasoning like that, before you even had the language to put these things into words, you still were able to identify that feeling. And that feeling is a
No, I
reaction.
think that you're projecting a little bit.
Oh,
I
so
think
you
that
didn't
I
you
think that
didn't
you identified that feeling when you were in whatever state, and you'd like to
when
have other people do it too.
really? So when did
Yes.
you do this reasoning?
Probably when I started doing it and have been continuing to do it all the way up until I was like up until now, and I started at like 14.
So before you were 14, you didn't have any moral impulses about about things you hadn't reasoned
No, no,
about.
no. That was the issue I had, and see, I wouldn't call them moral impulses necessarily. I had, I mean, you could, but I had,
So I'm not projecting.
no, you are a little bit. It's mostly, and a little bit, and I will say, the things that I freaked out about before I was 13 were natural reactions that someone would have given an insanely crazy hormonal system because of being a teenager.
You don't need but Burger, you don't need. Sorry, what do I call you? I feel weird calling you Burger.
Burger works fine for me. You can
Okay,
call
fine.
me. You can call me Killian if you want.
You don't. My point is that from a very young age, you're able to recognize these things as wrong, even before you have the
Yeah,
language
yeah.
to describe
Evolutionary
them.
psychology shows you why. You don't need anything special for that.
Yeah, and my point is the same way that evolutionary biology has given me the ability to see in order to
Mhm.
respond to things outside of myself, to
Evolutionary
feel
psychology
things
gave you the
outside of
moral
myself.
system.
Hold on. And the ability to see things outside of myself, feel things outside of myself, and hear things outside of myself, which are all objective, that I witness through the means of subjective
No, we
experience.
subjectively experience it and
Moral,
come together with
moral.
consensus.
Let him
Fairly
finish.
objective,
Let me
but okay.
more. My point is that moral impulses are a subjective experience that are in response to an objective reality, the same way that sight is a subjective
Sure, but
experience that's in
we
response
know
to an
them.
objective world.
The difference is though is that you're positing a mechanism that comes from some supernatural area of existence, and we are positing one that you can literally track throughout our history and through evolutionary psychology. I think the only difference is that when we're comparing the two, you're seeing a system that exists inside of us in a way that we can already explain. And then when you
We
posit,
haven't.
hold on a second, hold on.
Sorry, go
When
ahead.
that we can give a really decent explanation for, and when it doesn't cover everything, and or it doesn't fit the bill in terms of, well, I don't like it, or it doesn't make sense, or it's more intuitive that it comes this way, you see our system as going, or you see the system as essentially being, non-intuitive.
Berger,
No.
I don't think we've gotten to that point in the conversation yet of grounding where these things come from because we still haven't agreed that they're objective.
Because here we can agree that they're objective, but there's a caveat. The caveat is you're agreeing that they're objective from the lens of the supernatural, and I'm agreeing they exist objectively through evolutionary psychology. And you want to call them morals that have this like burden or like of like that they're inside of us and we know them automatically, and we do. But the source is where we are having an issue.
Okay, great. Let's move on to that then. If we agree that I'm recognizing something outside of myself. You're saying
I
the
wouldn't
reason
call.
for that is because I've been evolutionarily trained to identify certain things, certain behaviors as right, certain behaviors as wrong. If I could just try to let me try to
Yeah,
steel man.
essentially.
This is like
No,
my
you're not. Yeah,
understanding.
that's not wrong. That's essentially it. Essentially, we have gone through a shit ton of different shit as a species, and over time, a lot of the behaviors that are in us have been programmed from a lot of that. And essentially, when we see somebody get hurt, we have an instinct based on our genes that goes, "That's not a good thing," unless it's somebody we don't like. In which case, a lot of times, the people can go, "That's a pretty justifiable thing."
Yeah. So I think that the biological evolution explanation is great at answering the epistemological question of why we think things are true or how we know things, but it doesn't come into the same ballpark of the ontological question of like what these things are. That's my problem with this
These things are
answer. Like,
chemical.
sure you can say that.
These things are chemical processes. That's what they are.
And again, the chemical process answer can address the epistemological question. We know these things based on a chemical process. That's how we get to this conclusion. But that doesn't actually address the moral argument. The moral argument is concerning ontology, not epistemology. I'm talking about the existence of moral values and duties themselves, not how we come
They
to
come
recognize them
from
or believe them.
evolution. They come from that. Yes. So the reason why that there's a moral duty to things, even animals show moral duty in things, but it's only because it's programmed in them, just like it is us by evolution. A lot of animals are capable of having mirror neurons that see pain in other animals, and if they have the capability and it's not going to cost them anything, they'll go and help another one. It has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that we and almost every other living thing has some sort of set of uh, sympathy for mostly our own species, but anything that we can relate to.
So I'm gonna
Yeah,
try
and
one
wait a
more
minute,
time.
just take it, Brody. You just made a point in something. Like, what he's talking about right there is like prevalent in social animals. So any kind of like morality that we had towards another species or another like being in our like society, like if I am, that will help us to flourish. Like it helps us, it helps build cohesive societies. So the
Yeah.
fact that the fact that we have a moral intuition towards things like that right there shows up in evolution because it is a benefit to our flourishing. Like it
So
helps us to survive long enough to reproduce and stuff. That kind of the people who were wait a minute, the people who were empathetic towards others, those people, their societies were more flourishing. You know what I mean? Like because you had more reciprocity amongst the people in that civilization, and so that when in social animals, you need cohesiveness and cooperation, and that's something that causes that. So like that's why we say that evolutionary psychology can answer why it's there too, not just that it's there. It's not just recognizing it.
Thank you.
It's explaining where it comes from and how it got chosen for in natural selection process.
yeah, so I understand what you're saying, and like just so I can show you that I understand, so we don't have to go through all that again. And I don't mean that in like a rude way. I want to progress in the conversation. I'm gonna kind of repeat back to you what I hear you saying, and you can tell me if I got it or if I don't got it. Okay? When you say when you're talking about biological evolution, you're talking about natural selection. It's kind of this idea of like survival of the fittest. So like certain traits like cooperation, fairness, empathy, altruism, they increase survival and reproductive success in human beings. So these values and duties are built into our subconscious because they've helped us survive in the past. The humans that don't have those traits were weeded out because they weren't a part of the pack. Therefore, like when we say something is right or something is good, what we ultimately mean is it contributes to the survival and flourishing of the human race. When we say that something is wrong or bad, we're saying it detracts from the survival and flourishing of the human race. Is that
Okay,
is that,
wait a
that
minute. No, no. There, you were doing great until you got to that point where you like interpreted what like at the part where you said if I
right and
say
wrong means?
that it's bad, then it's bad for the human race, and if I say it's good, like I did like that I'm
Okay.
explaining how our emotions got there. Now like you're going into like deciding what those moral values are. And I think that that is something that we as a society have grown over time in doing. Like we know that like there was in the Bible, it mentions stoning people to death for crimes, and stuff. They're not even crimes, for picking up sticks on Sabbath.
Yeah.
Okay, we kind of have moved away from the moral intuitions of that. That is not necessarily evolutionary. I mean, like I think that that is just society evolving, and people taking. And then I think once we begin to actually sit down and start thinking about why we think something is wrong or right, like Jack said, like sitting down and going through every moral position you have or every belief you have is very enlightening because when you try to explain why gay marriage is wrong, and throw out the Bible and throw out what you think God's opinions on it are, and then try to explain why it's wrong with a
So
justified reason. And so I
so
think that's what Jack's talking about doing, and I think that that is a much higher standard of morals than just to say because God says so, and this is what my book tells me.
so okay, I hear what you're saying, Robin. And I think that's a fair correction on my summary. I still feel like these answers are only answering the epistemological side of this, which is how we come to believe these things or how we know them. Um, So like an example is like, there is there is a tree in front of me, and you guys tell me, well, there's not really a tree there. It's just that your brain has told you because the people that believe there's a tree there were more likely to survive. It's like no, you're not dealing with the tree. It might be true that like my vision, for example, has evolved from a system of biological evolution, and that explains why I'm seeing, but it doesn't explain the thing that's outside of my vision that my vision's responding to. So your explanations are explaining why we might feel empathy or why we might feel like this idea of fairness, but it doesn't address the actual concept of fairness or goodness or righteousness or anything like that as like things that we're responding to, or wrongness or unfairness or like those things. That's what I'm trying to get at. I think those are real features of the world that we interact with.
I think that yeah, they're inventions, man. All of those things.
So why? So
Concepts
let me give you two reasons why I
man-made
don't think that they're
inventions.
inventions.
Well, Robin's going. Hold on. Robin, are you talking or are you talking in the background?
I said concepts are definitely man-made inventions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the same way that I would give you two pieces of evidence. If you were to tell me that this tree in front of me is just a concept, I would say there's two reasons I don't think it's a concept. And these same two reasons are why I don't think that morality is just a concept.
Well,
Okay.
I wouldn't tell you a tree is just a concept. I would tell you that you have a conception of a tree, and what's in front of you is a physical tree. I would see that. I wouldn't say otherwise if there was actually a tree in front of you.
Yeah, but I could use the same arguments you're using right now to say, hey,
To say
even
that
though
it's not a tree?
yeah, exactly.
No, I
So
mean there's a difference between that though. If we're talking in a place where you and I can both look at a tree and talk about it, there can be things done. You can go poke the tree, you can go shake the tree. I can go, well, fuck.
very good.
Even I'm touching the tree and poking the tree and shit like that. So
Yeah.
the
So
only
these are
difference is in that is that you're saying the difference of our conception is the conception that we have of a tree is that it came from a seed in the ground, grew via the nutrients in the soil, the water. That we can give you an explanation of the
That's
concept
not
of
where
a tree.
that's not where I'm going. That's not where I'm going with this. Right?
That's okay.
I'm saying the same way, the same tests that you just brilliantly outlined to say, is this a tree that's in my head or is this really something that's there? You said two things. You said one, I would go and touch it, and two, I would look to you and see if you see it too. I think we can use those same tests for morality.
I think the difference is you're seeing it, and you're seeing your tree from your point of view, and you're looking over and going, "Isn't this a tree excellent from this point of view?" And I go, "No, this tree is excellent actually from this point of view." And you're going, "Well, no, that's what we're doing." And the only difference is that you're saying this tree came about conceptually from morals, some
No.
supernatural.
That's not what you're saying. That's not, at least not
I mean,
what
that's
Robin is saying. Robin is saying that like
well,
the tree. Like hold on. Just let's slow down. Okay, let's take a breath. Let's take a breath. Right, like the tree in this example is like a moral fact. That's the analogy I'm drawing. Okay,
You
so
can
when
touch moral facts.
there's no
yes.
such thing as a fact. Yeah.
So when
Yeah, that's my
okay,
point.
so hold
Is
on,
do you touch those moral facts?
it's not that we're arguing does the tree look better from this point of view or that point of view. It's I'm saying moral effects exist. You're saying they don't exist, that they're just a figment of my imagination. So that the real analogy is I'm saying the tree exists, you say it doesn't exist. Okay, you gave me
I
two
did
tests, right? You said the
I
first
did
test
not
is
pick
you
it up for
said the
imagination.
you said the first test is you touch it. The second test is you ask your friend if they see it as well, right? If they can interact with it as well. Okay. I think both of these two tests, and I may have run through this with Perry. I don't remember. Both of these two tests work when it comes to moral truths. Okay.
Okay.
I can
Um,
touch a well. First off, you got to prove to me they exist, but I can touch a moral truth.
in a way, yes, and I'll show you how. Okay.
Way.
So
In a
Okay.
way, it's another
all right,
analogy you're going to give.
let's try to use our whole brain here. All right. So
Well,
when I
thank you
say
very
I
much.
see.
We're trying to do that, but
all
you're
right.
No,
making
no. See,
sense.
we're trying to carve a
Hold on,
corner out to
give
listen
me a
to your
second.
conversation.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. The reason why you touch it is because
Yeah.
you're testing something called involuntary nature. That's why you touch it. What involuntary nature means is there is something outside of me that imposes on me that I can't pass through. So when I touch it, it's not because I'm curious what it feels like. It's because if it's not real, it won't stop my finger, right? That's the reason. It's an involuntary nature. So the same is true for moral truths. Moral impulses impose upon us even when they're inconvenient. So the same way that I run into a physical wall and feel pain, I can run into a moral wall and feel moral pain, such as guilt,
Oh my goodness.
pity,
What?
compassion, anger. So this is why, like stories like The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe or Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky are powerful examples of this inescapable guilt. You can't just wish it away. It's involuntary. It imposes on us from the outside. Okay, that's what I mean by you can touch it. You can't just like with imaginary things, you can think about them and decide, oh, I want this imaginary tree to disappear. But with real things, you can't just wish them away. They're there even if they're inconvenient. You can run into them, you can hit them, and the same is true for moral truths.
Can
And
I
then I can
interject one thing?
go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so I think what you said there was I'm sorry, I was going to interject a thing and I kind of lost it. So you said that this is a real thing that you really experience and it comes from the outside. Um, okay, at least part of that I agree with. I think this is very similar to like things Sam Harris says, where he points out that like it is an objective. Like if someone is in pain, it's not just like their opinion that they're in pain. It's like an objective fact that they're in
Yeah, you
pain.
can't just wish it away.
I agree with all that part of it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There was a piece that kind of slipped in there, though, that I would like you to address if you can, which is you said that it comes from the outside. How can you show that or can you demonstrate to me that it comes from the outside
Well,
and is
that
not just like a matter of like objective fact that you're having that personal experience?
Feels,
yeah,
in other words.
So that is the thing that's trying to be established. The way that I know when I say it comes from the outside, I mean it exists external to my thoughts or opinions or imaginations about this thing. The two ways I can verify if something really exists outside of my mind or not are the first one we talked about is involuntary nature. The second one it would be the universality of appearance, which is the hey, let me tap my friend and see if he sees this too. Which we know that moral facts are recognized by people across all cultures and all time periods, right? If you cut me in line at the grocery store, I might say something like, "That's not fair. I was here first." If fairness was only something that existed in my head, it would make no sense for me to point to it as a rule that you have no access to. Instead, I'm appealing to
Right.
something that exists and more importantly can be recognized by someone else.
Sure.
Reciprocity
Hang
is
on, hang on a minute, hang on a minute.
evolutionary.
That
Involuntary nature is.
both of those things are consistent with subjective morality as well. So you're not saying
Well, I think
anything.
you've also been using involuntary nature incorrectly.
How's that?
Involuntary nature is movements not intentionally produced, a behavior that occurs spontaneously, independent of one's conscious will or without a person's deliberate choice.
Yeah,
Are
that's
you
true. That's how I'm using it.
are you trying to say that people like we?
I'm saying you don't choose to feel guilt. It just rises up in you. You don't choose to feel compassion. You don't choose to feel pity. These things just confront you, right?
But the reason why we don't choose to feel these things is because they're chemical processes that happen to us because
It's still involuntary.
Yeah, but the way that you're trying to tie it to some sort of supernatural explanation at the same time.
But you're not disagreeing with the involuntary part.
No, yeah, but if you just cut away the spiritualism part of it, if you just cut away the God part,
We haven't
everything you're
gotten
saying.
there yet. You're jumping ahead. We're still on if it's objective, right?
Because I don't care about a conversation like that. We can jump ahead and talk about what we're trying to get to. I don't.
All right, let's jump ahead then. Let's say we all agree that these are real things we confront. They're objective.
My bad.
This is the reason sorry, Perry, you can go ahead, bro. I don't.
Yeah, just two things, because before you go and finish that, when we're talking about moral facts, we should distinguish between descriptive and prescriptive facts. When we say that Raskolnikov feels guilt after killing two women with an axe, that's a descriptive claim. A moral or prescriptive claim would be Raskolnikov should feel guilt because of the two murders. So when you are trying to demonstrate, and I remember the conversation when we had this, you need to demonstrate that there's a should, that exists externally or mind independently. And this is where we got into the whole like Platonic thing. I don't know if you did any more research on like Platonic objects, but this is something that Plato perhaps would claim, that there's a good, some moral prescription that exists, you know, in the realm of forms as some perfect idea. And I was trying to help you and be charitable to say maybe that's what you're trying to say. But so careful, I want to reiterate the descriptive versus prescriptive. Careful when we're saying moral facts exist objectively, we should be saying X should be or X shouldn't be. Those are the
Yeah.
things that would
So
need to be demonstrated.
so just to yeah, that's a good clarification, right? I would say that part of the moral experience is absolutely subjective. So the same way that part of our physical reality is felt subjectively, this is like the qualia, right? So I subjectively feel heat, but my subjective feeling of heat is in response to the objective hot stove. The same way Raskolnikov feels guilt, descriptive, because he shouldn't have killed them, which is prescriptive. So
And he shouldn't have killed him. That's a claim that you think exists independent of us subjects.
I'm saying if that prescriptive claim wasn't true, then there is no explanation for the descriptive claim. His feeling guilt is neither an appropriate or inappropriate response, unless there is a prescriptive claim that you should not kill people.
Or unless there's a prior descriptive claim that would explain it, like our physiology or evolution, that leads us to produce these hormones that we call guilt when these things happen.
Even if that was the case, the hormones and the brain chemistry that produces this is still in response to something outside of himself, which is
an interpretation.
In the same way that my brain chemistry allows me to feel pain, but it's still in response to the real heat in the world.
Sure.
Like you could say that evolutionary biology caused him to feel guilt, but it's in response to this prescriptive "you ought not kill people." That's where it's coming from.
But
I know you disagree with that last part.
can you point to a spot where something is coming from that is causing what you're saying? Because like what we're failing to understand is where you're pointing to this thing that exists. Where is it? Where can we access it?
Yeah,
like
so
we can explain these things through biology, but you're trying to say that it's not from biology, it's from some other source.
I'm saying
Where is the evidence of that source?
I'm saying that our feeling might be biology. That part I'm agreeing with. So like this guilt, when I say something like guilt, what I'm really talking about is like a biological chemical, like reaction of like and I might have some physical feelings of like, I have a pit in my chest or a lump in my throat or whatever. That part is all biological. But I'm saying what it's in response to is something non-tangible, which is like the wrongness of cutting someone apart with an axe.
Yeah, but where is that? Where is that? What you're accessing, what you're claiming exists, that you think you're accessing and interpreting or whatever.
We all
Where
live
is
and
that?
access it.
We don't all share morality. Like
When
we
you
don't
say
all share morality. And like if you wait a minute, if you look in the Old Testament, it was okay to stone people. Okay, obviously that they thought that was a moral thing. Do you think it is moral now to stone people?
So when you say where is it, if you're
Yeah,
asking for
because
a
but our morals have changed as a society. Our morals have slightly changed, and obviously, if God exists, His morals have changed too. So, like, I don't even see that. Even if I granted that a God exists and that the Bible was true, that you could actually say that we have objective morality, because even God doesn't have
okay, you're
objective
giving me a
morality.
lot here.
I know, but like you're making no sense to me because you're trying to say like when you
Understand.
were talking about pointing to the tree, we are the ones that are in the world where the tree is, where the tree is real, and you're acting as if that we're the ones that is ignoring the tree, and I feel like that you're the one that's like we're the ones that say the tree exists, but that
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily
So
mean that there's a tree maker or whatever. You know what I mean?
okay. Yeah, no, sorry. Adding that last part made me want to go in a different direction now. I I'll say this. I'm not when I say point to moral values, I don't mean in physical or like spatial. Like I'm not saying they exist in some space. So if you're saying where are they, like spatially, I can't answer that question. The same, like I think, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm not talking about some like if they exist in some sort of space.
Also,
Okay,
real
so they
so
exist in minds.
When I say that, say we point to them, what I mean is we reference them. So we all the time in everyday conversation, as soon as we say things like "I was here first," that's referencing some sort of shared understanding of morality that whoever is here first gets to go first because that's fair. Like that's just like an easy example. I'm not pointing to a physical place. I'm just referencing like an understanding, right?
well,
So
dogs
we
and
have
monkeys,
this. If we have this,
monkeys have like a really strong understanding of fairness. Like, if you go over to like some like monkeys or dogs and you feed one more than the other one, and you constantly do it, eventually the other dogs get pissed off at you and that dog because they're getting treated unfairly. Like, this is something that can be recognized in beings that don't have as complex brains or chemical makeups as we are. Not chemical makeups, brains. They have just as complicated chemical makeups.
Okay. Here, this is my since we're gonna get to, or we've been trying to get to why I think God is the best explanation for this.
I think
I'll
that would be the
explain.
optimum.
wait, before you get to the explanation about God, can I ask you if this is something that comes natural to us and it's like an instinct, then why do we need any kind of scripture or any kind of additional guidance? If this is something that,
That's a great question, Anka. Yeah,
okay.
like if the law was written on our hearts, so to speak, why do we need someone to if we all just know what is moral or not?
We don't know what is moral, but
Well, no, I'm saying
there's
under
like a
my view,
field
right?
out there of a nebulous
burn.
morality, and we tap into it
Hmm.
uh,
Yeah,
not
imagine.
equally. But if we do anyway, why do we need any kind of scripture?
Here's the best way I can explain it. If let's say the whole world uh, had poor eyesight and everyone needed contacts, and God is handing out contacts. That's kind of my view on this. I think we have a distorted view of morality, but it's still something we can all recognize. But it's been tainted, it's been blurred a little bit, and we need help seeing it fully, clearly.
But let
But
me ask you something. In the Bible, it
imagine
says
made with better eyes.
in the
What's that?
Bible you will read something like
Oh, Genesis 3 is like us rubbing dirt in our eyes, by the way. Like God did make us with like clear vision, but then
what about Leviticus when it says that a priest's daughter, if she becomes a prostitute, she's commanded to be burned alive or burned to death, it says. Like how does this
Mm.
kind of scripture helps us tap into better morality?
Anka, great question. First of all, um, you've talked to me long enough to know that I don't shy away from questions like that.
Mhm.
But just given that it's like very late for where I'm at, I'm gonna have to go soon, so we're gonna have to postpone that. Um, I promise I'm not dodging, and like remember that for next time, okay? Um, this is here. This I just my message is too long. I've hit the 2,000 character limit. I cannot just paste my
Thank you,
my.
Brody. You've done. I mean, like
It's
you do well
it's not.
standing up here, like dealing
Yeah,
with all of us.
we
No, you
appreciate
guys are
that.
good. You guys are all very respectful. I'm not. This isn't like taxing on me. You guys are asking the right questions and everything. This is kind of my why God is the best explanation. I'll go through because I have like 5 more minutes, and then I want to hear your guys' responses, and then I'll probably say peace out. Um, Here I'll just paste them one by one. Okay. So if let's say we've gotten to the point in the conversation where I've convinced someone that like objective moral values and duties exist. Okay. Um, which we spent most of this talking about. Um, this is number one. Objective moral values are best explained by a foundation itself that's inherently good. can only sensibly communicate moral progress or moral goodness if there's such a thing as moral perfection. This is the standard by which we judge everything else. This is the straight line that makes it possible for us to call all other lines crooked. So when you say our morality has changed since the 1700s, my guess is you and I would both agree it's gotten better. The only way we can say it's gotten better is if there's a foundation that's inherently good. Second, moral values are personal. Qualities like love, justice, mercy, compassion are grounded in personal beings, not abstract objects like numbers or logical laws. It means if there's such a thing as standard for moral perfection, it must be a personal being. Third, moral duties are relational. We have obligations to beings, not things. I have no duty to a rock on the ground. I do have duties to my boss, my wife, my parents. Fourth, moral duties require authority. I'm not expected to submit to anyone that has no authority over me. Objective moral duties that transcend culture, biology, and preference require an authority that transcends culture, biology, and preference. And so this is kind of like the conclusion of it. And I know you guys probably disagree with so much of this already.
It was tough to let you get it through.
I'll say my part because I know it'll be quick.
This is like the conclusion. Got to count for both. His nature grounds objective moral values, what is good. His authority ground duties, what we ought to do. And then, anyway, you can read the rest. Go ahead, Perry.
I would say, I don't know, it's not really related to disproving or like engaging with it, but I believe we actually do have moral duties to rocks for premise 3. All objects have a non-zero moral value because of how it can affect other people. If I put a rock in the middle of the road, I'm increasing the probability that it may have a detriment to someone. So, I mean, almost all of it is negligible. We only operate under a very small subset of all of reality. But that's my.
That would still be an obligation to people, though. Like, I ought not put a rock in the street because people would be. I have an obligation not to hurt people. It has nothing to do with my obligation to the rock, I would say.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. As long as you maintain some moral value on everything that can affect, a person, then we probably agree there. Then.
Okay. I think the conversation that I would want to have would take too long. We'd have to start like
yeah. That's why I took that one.
Well, yes. My immediate question would just be like, why is God inherently good? And then you could try and explain that to me, and then I would bring up a bunch of points from the Bible, and then we'd disagree on morality for a little while.
Okay.
I just look at these rules, and I don't find them to be universal. And I think that what you're drawing from is more closer to what you perceive more around yourself. But if you were to look at other cultures around the world, a lot of these things don't occur to them in the same way that you like a culture. It's culturally dependent in some ways, and so I view it as more of a you're seeing it from a very Western lens that we kind of can all agree with. But I think that if you go around the world looking at cultures, you'll see that they've developed slightly different morality, and therefore morality cannot be objective.
Okay.
Yeah, and my thing would be that I just want to point out that you said morals have we both would agree that morals have you like become better, right? Is that what you're saying? That our morality?
Yeah, like there's moral progress. Yeah.
And I would just point out that it seems like that the less adherence we have to the morality of the Bible, and the more that we sit and rationally reason out these moral decisions based on scientific data that we can gain from our biology and our environment and our understanding of like nurture and nature and stuff like that. That is where we are seeing the positive switch in our morality. And so it seems like that the less we adhere to biblical morality, the actual better our morals seem to be.
Okay.
Yeah, that goes into the question that I posed to Brody about the case in the Bible that leads you to what I would consider, or what most of us would consider today, immoral.
And just remind me what that. I'm writing this down. Remind me what.
It's the Leviticus. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Leviticus 21:9. Um, a priest's daughter defiles herself by becoming a prostitute must be burned to death.
Okay. All right. I made a note of that.
And yeah,
Tired.
and another thing I'm gonna ask you is to think about this. And are you aware of the idea that it's possible, for example, not saying that that's your case or that's what you believe, but can you imagine a world where there's God but no afterlife?
That's a great question.
And can you imagine a world where there is
Yeah, I
afterlife
can.
but no God?
That one's harder. I don't think so.
Well, technically those things can be apart. For example, like there could be an afterlife that you go to and there is no God to like do any of the judgment, for example. And I guess what the reason I'm bringing it up is even if there was some kind of like nebulous morality out there to reach, how do we know that it has anything to do with the God? Like if we have instincts to reach for some kind of moral absolute truth that is like has to do with morals, how do we know that it's of God?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Brody. Hey, if y'all want to watch, I put the capuchin monkey study in chat. If
I
y'all want to
remember
watch,
that one.
yeah,
Poor
that's
thing, I felt so horrible for it.
yeah, down that's Brody. Like the thing I put in chat is like a study that showed that
Oh yeah. I've
animals
seen
have
this
a
before.
feeling of reciprocity. Yeah, which they've done it. They've done it on a whole lot more animals besides the capuchin monkeys since then. But
yeah, interesting. All right. Hey,
I
good
love
talking
it.
to you guys. Thanks for
Yeah,
the
you too. Thank
conversation.
you.
Yeah, thanks, Brody.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night. He did good. He tried. I
Yeah,
think
he
that
does good.
I
He
mean,
did man leave like Lou did.
I think that the reason I like talking with Brody is because he actually like weighs what is said, and he is very good at like understanding and attempting to to strongman, to steelman the atheist argument. So
Yes.
that's something I appreciate with him.
Yes, I do too. He doesn't get mad.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's interesting to think like whether there is like an end point where we will know morality, like we will, but I see, I don't think that it's possible for us to reach a certain like end point in understanding morality. Because like we are progressing and we can tell that in the past like slavery was immoral and all that, but like the idea of us being able to like fully grasp it, I feel like it's like the idea that there's like an objective moral out there and it's we're able to tap into is seems impossible. Just like I don't think that we will ever have a grasp on capital T truth. There will always be something that we don't know because we don't have omniscience. So I don't think that it's a
Well, I mean,
it's an
I think that
interesting thought experiment, but I don't think it's possible. Like it's a
I think that
concept.
Yeah, I think that saying that morality exists outside of like our own perspective is like saying, okay, let's say that an asteroid hit the planet Earth tomorrow and destroyed like the planet Earth. Would this objective morality still exist if there were no
Yeah,
humans here? Like
exactly. Yeah, it's
if there were
gone.
no humans on this, and none of us ever made it off this planet, like so we just we're gone forever as a species, as a planet full of other animals that have evolved with the same through the same processes. Would this objective morality exist after we were gone? Like, and no. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a nebulous, like, cloud of morality floating around in the universe.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
like, and other, like, if there's other planets that have life on them, they probably have adopted their own morality, you know what I mean, in light of their own biological or however they arose to exist. Like if I mean, like they may have, if there is life on another planet, we don't know if it would be like our life or even be maybe based on something like silicon or whatever.
Oh,
But
maybe they have three genders and they can swap it around when they need to, and
yeah,
like
I
they
mean,
will
like
have different laws around it.
yeah, because they will have arisen in totally different system than we did, and like so like it just I don't think that anybody ever thinks about this beyond like everything is like the human experience is defining everything in the universe, and that's just so not the way it is. Like, would these objective morals exist outside of human existence? And I would say no. No, I mean, like nobody would. They're concepts.
Yeah.
Their mind concepts have been shown to be mind dependent.
And even capital T truth is a concept.
Yeah,
If there
and
are no minds, there's still existence, but the idea of truth means that like it's a mind that's able to evaluate that reality, and there's no mind to evaluate reality, so you can't even have that.
well, I mean, like, and if even if we all like, if we have a concept of morality that like all of us agree upon, that still doesn't make it objective. That just means that we've shared that concept with others, and they found it, they found it something that they appreciated, or it suited them too, and we sold that ideal on them, that concept. That doesn't mean that that concept exists just because more people agree with it. That doesn't make it more physical or tangible. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, now you made me think, like, if we did agree, if all of us agreed on one morality, it would technically be objective at that point, but it will always be mind dependent, so always subjective. We will just treat it like it's objective, but it will still be um, completely
The concept
dependent
that we
on the
all
presence
share,
of minds.
yeah, the concept that we all support. Like it would still be a concept. Like it wouldn't be, and it still wouldn't be objective. I don't think because
Yeah,
it wouldn't be outside. Because if we all went extinct the next day, that would not be something that exists after we're gone. Like
yeah,
and
and it's
people,
still subject to change over time. So
and like
another,
yeah, later on people could disagree with it. Like so, you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
it just seems to me the further we get away from biblical morality, the um, better circumstances we create for people.
yeah. Well, I'm curious to hear what Brody will come back with next time. But I think I'm gonna call it a night for myself. So, but I think good show.
Thank you, Anka. Are we still live?
I think we are, but I don't know. I think Travis is in
Do you
charge.
guys think we make our own morality?
What'd you say?
Do you think we make our own morality? You, you guys?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm. That was interesting what you said
don't
to
think
me.
God, you don't think it comes from God, do you, Newt?
Huh? No, I think we're humans,
Yeah.
and we're designed. We just
designed?
are.
I don't
We
think
are
so.
what we are. No, 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 not by a freaking creature design. I mean, like more by nature.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying.
Oh.
We were saying that morality was an evolutionary thing.
That was interesting what you said about Brody Anka, where he is willing to listen and steel man what you're saying.
I think that he tries his best, and like I appreciate him doing that. I don't think
Some people
he.
don't do that. They'll no matter what, they just want to overlay how they want to perceive what you're saying or you, or, on down your throat. They it's frustrating when you can understand what a person's saying. You can steel man them, but they can't. They won't do it back to you. They'll try to misinterpret you every time.
Yeah, I think he definitely tries. But I think I'm gonna call it a night, and if Travis is still there, I think we pretty much reached the end of the live, and
Well, I want to listen to it because I was asleep.
oh, I never heard you asleep at this hour.
No, I'm off.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right.
Have a good night.